All right, let's take a look at the news for today, see if anything interesting has happened. Oh, good lord. Not again. It's pretty bad, guys. Yes, we're back in stonks mode, I'm sorry to say. Nothing ever happens. Don't be a fool. I'm afraid things have in fact happened. This is not nothing ever happens. We can read the post. Based on the lack of respect that China has shown to the world's markets, I am hereby raising the tariff charge to China by the United States of America to 125%. Don't do the voice, I'm doing the voice. Effective immediately. At some point, hopefully in the near future, China will realize that the days of ripping off the USA and other countries is no longer sustainable or acceptable. Conversely, and based on the fact that more than 75 countries have called I've got tired of it, I'm done with the bit already, have called representatives of the United States, including the Departments of Commerce, Treasury, and the USTR, to negotiate a solution to the subjects being discussed relative to trade barriers, tariffs, currency manipulation, and non-monetary tariffs, and that these countries are not, at my strong suggestion, retaliated in any way, shape, or form against the U.S., I have authorized a 90-day pause and a substantially lowered reciprocal tariff during this period of 10%, also effective immediately. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So, the tariff on China has gone up to 125%. China has also spiked their tariff against us to like 90% or something like that now. So we both have apocalypse tariffs in both directions. We still have 10% on the world, is my understanding. He's saying that no other country has retaliated against us in any way, shape, or form, even though the EU signed counter tariffs against us today. And also, it has been literally 12 hours since the tariffs rolled out. So essentially, like, it's pretty obvious what happened here, okay? To borrow a funny quip that I saw on Twitter, as fascists are wont to do, Donald Trump assumed that you win wars via willpower rather than logistics and opened up a multi-front conflict that he had no hope of winning. They love doing that shit, folks. At some point, he realized, or perhaps somebody told him, that the United States is not capable of winning a trade war against the entire world. China only has to win a trade war against us. We have to win it against everyone. It's not a good deal. So we're narrowing the line of conflict. The markets are going to overreact so hard to this news. Oh, of course. Absolutely. Guys, again, the markets are not the health of the country. The markets are a giant bubble of people desperately trying to make a quick buck off of the health of the country. I'm sure the Dow is up thousands of points because everyone's trying to buy that dip. Up nearly 6.5%. Up nearly 6.5% at the news that we're going to be having reciprocal tariffs to China of over 100% in both directions. I'm a little disappointed. Respectfully, don't be stupid. This is, we're still in the end times. There's no returning to what we had. There's no going back, okay? We have 125% tariffs on China. The only thing Trump has denied us is a clean narrative to the apocalypse. Yeah, we'll talk about the Treasury notes soon. Hello, Treasury Secretary Bessent, looking dapper today.
That as the U.S. announced...
That was sarcasm, by the way.
...the tariff wall last week, many of those goods have already started flooding into Europe.
So as you see it now, this trade war is China versus the rest of the world.
Well, I'm not calling it a trade war, but I'm saying that China has escalated, and President Trump responded very courageously to that, and we are going to work on a solution with our trading partners.
And, if I could just, excuse me, Raquel, if I could just add to what the Secretary said. Many of you in the media clearly missed the art of the deal. You clearly failed to see what President Trump is doing here.
She saw an opportunity to rack up some more gluck gluck points.
You tried to say that the rest of the world would be moved closer to China when in fact we've seen the opposite effect. The entire world is calling the United States of America, not China, because they need our markets, they need our consumers, and they need this president in the Oval Office to talk to them. And that's exactly why more than 75 countries have called, because the United States of America is the best place in the world to do business.
This is how pathetic the United States is and how pathetic this regime has become. They're bragging about countries reaching out to them when they throw like an apocalyptic trade tantrum. Not even a successful deal. They're not even bragging about countries offering like concessions to the United States. Remember, their cope was that all of this was like a negotiating tactic. But now, without extracting anything from the entire planet, they're pausing the tariffs. The whole narrative was simultaneously, we're doing this to bring back American manufacturing and raise money in lieu of income tax, and also it's a negotiating tactic that we're using to fix the trade disparity between these countries and ourselves. But now we've given up on all that. Now we're just saying like, oh, well, they called us. What do they call us to do? Say this is stupid? Oh, well, tariffs are gone. 90-day pause. Again, the only news to take from this is that somebody got through to Trump and essentially said like, you're gonna... They're going to disappear you, Mr. President, unless you find a way to narrow this down a little bit.
And as the president has shown great courage, as the secretary has said, in choosing to retaliate against China even higher. Elena, go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Treasury Secretary Bessent. Can you explain more of the decision-making on what feels like a reversal here? I mean, just these went into effect less than 15 hours ago, these tariffs. Why the pause now? What led to that?
No.
Oh, yeah, trade stability really likes the whole reciprocal tariffs lasting less than 24 hours. By the way, that's great for, like, you know, businesses being able to make predictions about how many people to hire, how many people to fire, where to source their you know, the products for their supply line, where they get stuff from, which trade deals to work on. Volatility is traditionally phenomenal for business.
Again, President Trump created maximum negotiating leverage for himself, and
which is why he's extracted exactly 0 concessions. Not one, not a single concession.
Tariffs went into effect 15 hours ago. The ones that we have lowered went into effect a week ago. They were announced a week ago, and we have just been...
They didn't go into effect 15 hours ago. They went into effect a week ago. Well, they were announced a week ago. They did go into effect 15 hours ago. That's true. Yeah, you were correct on that one. I don't know why I'm talking, to be honest.
Overwhelmed by the response from mostly our allies who want to come and negotiate in good faith. So we are expecting them to come with their best deal. As I said a week ago today, don't retaliate. Hold your ground, let's see what happens. And China, they kept escalating and escalating, and now they have 125% tariffs that will be effective immediately.
Mr. Secretary.
Obviously, China didn't escalate at all. They're pushing for this, but, you know, China's well positioned to win this trade war. Really rooting for them. Also, the EU literally did retaliate against us. By the way, since yesterday, they've yet to negotiate with any of the countries that reached out to them. Oh, yeah, no. Nobody, the White House did not respond to anyone. All these countries reached out to the White House. The White House didn't respond. Why? Because Trump never intended to talk to them. He just wants to blow up the planet. So somebody talked to him and was like, listen, there are powers in this world greater than you and you are making them angry. You need to dial this down. I do think China announced retaliatory tariffs. That's not them escalating. That's them responding. China's tariffs have consistently remained lower than the ones we've applied to them.
Go ahead.
Mr. Secretary, thanks so much for doing this. The 90-day pause on the reciprocal tariffs, is that because of the whiplash that we've been seeing across the financial markets? How much was, what we saw in the stock markets, a part of this decision?
No, it's because because of the large number of inbounds. We've had more than 75 countries contact us, and I imagine after today there will be more. So it is just a processing problem.
Why would more countries contact the United States after they responded to nobody before and then lowered the tariffs anyway? How does that incentivize trade and negotiation when you don't talk to people and then the thing they want to happen happens anyway?
Each one of these solutions is going to be bespoke. It is going to take some time, and President Trump wants to be personally involved. So that's why we're getting the 90-day pause.
Mr. Secretary, Mr. Secretary, there was a tweet that you and Secretary Lutnick were in the Oval Office with the President talking about this. Can you talk about what that conversation was like and what you guys said to one another that led to this decision?
Look, it's all the President's decision, and the President had...
That's not how trade deals should work. Nah, I'm pretty sure this is how the Founding Fathers wanted it to be, with every decision being made unilaterally by the President, and the executive secretaries only being there to, like, talk about how smart the President is. The secretaries don't even talk about, like, what they've offered to the conversation. They're not like, well, as a, 45-year expert in trade, I offered this to the President or whatever. They literally are only there to, liaison with the media to say, well, like, glorious God Emperor Trump has plans, He works in mysterious ways, but his intentions are divine. Who are we to question him?
A level in mind to raise the China tariffs, and then he had the 3-month pause in mind, and we were discussing the exact wording. Sorry? Of course.
It's the president's decision.
It's the president's decision. It was the president's decision to wait until today. And again, as I've said in the past, no one...
I like how he says this like this is a defense or like answers anyone's question, Like, the world is ending, you're imploding the economy. And he's like, well, no, like the God Emperor wills it. Okay. What?
Creates leverage for himself like President Trump.
Mr.
Secretary.
Shelby, go ahead.
Mr. Secretary, what does the president want to see by this, I think it's July 9th deadline to keep things paused? Is it just trade barriers coming down, or is it more than that?
These are trade negotiations, but if countries want to come and offer other things, I talked about yesterday that we are thinking about a big LNG project in Alaska that South Korea, Japan, Taiwan are interested in financing and taking a substantial portion of the offtake. But again, in essence, that is trade because it will decrease the trade deficit that we...
So we will potentially lower tariffs on our allied nations if they invest in the United States, but foreign investment in the United States was literally the thing they said we had too much of. They literally said, like, America needs to own America. Why are we letting all these foreign companies control our capital?
Have with those countries. So everything's on the table.
Raquel, go ahead.
Is it weird that a suit has those heavy stitches on the lapel that look strangely prominent? Oh, nice bait. You really, I was just looking at those. They look awful, don't they? You know what? You're not going to get me this time, but maybe we'll touch back on that subject in the near future. This is very important economic news.
On the pause, what happened to those countries who just had 10% baseline tariffs, like Brazil and others? Are they still going to have this 90 days pause? Because you were saying that there will be a tariff of 10% for others. So what happened to those who just had a 10%?
Yeah, that's going to remain.
And do you call this an embargo to China?
Pardon?
You call this an embargo to China, a trade embargo?
I'm not sure what you mean by the word embargo.
125% tariffs, like on those, and then impose 84%. Isn't this an embargo?
Well, it's not. It's China's decision that we have the deficit with them. they sell us almost 5 times what we sell them. So again, I think it's an own goal by China.
Mr. Secretary,
Meredith.
Secretary,
I'm going to elaborate more on this in the future, but I think that even if the United States narrows the range of their tariffs largely just to China, China is very well positioned to win that conflict. No matter how high the tariffs go or how much the Chinese economy hurts, I think they're positioned to win that. I don't think we can win that. I don't think we could win that even if we were being governed sensibly. It's really difficult for us to win that when they have like 50 million times as many factories as we do. Like their domestic manufacturing base is enormous compared to ours. They're much better at meeting their own needs without trade. And frankly, without our wealth. I know it's illegal as fuck, but what stops Trump from refusing to pay for bonds that China owns? That would make the US dollar worthless. That would actually, like, immediately end the world, basically. Like, that would have about the same effect on the world as if every nuclear weapon was fired at once. Yeah, don't tell them that's a possibility, because they could do that. If the US defaults on the fucking debt China holds in our state, in the treasuries, that's 3 a.m. Truth Social tweet incoming. Yep.
Does it signal that you're confident that you're going to be able to strike a satisfactory deal with all these 75 nations that have approached you?
It signals that President Trump cares about trade and that we want to negotiate in good faith. And as I said, each one of these is going to be a separate, bespoke negotiation. So we are confident that having seen the other side of where this could go, and it was like I said last week, the market didn't understand. Those were maximum levels. Say
this direction continues and we don't get another switcheroo, do we still get a recession? 125% tariff on China is more than enough to still, like, ruin the US economy. The global economy. For sure. 100%. Yeah. Not to mention the broad 10%. Not to mention the general distrust. The instability. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Countries can think about those levels as they come to us to bring down their tariffs, their non-tariff trade barriers. We're going to discuss currency manipulation, subsidy of labor, and industry.
Secretary, as far as you, will the pause also apply to the sectoral tariffs that the president has announced, pharma, lumber, anything else?
No, it's on the reciprocal.
So those will still be coming here soon, right? Mr.
Correct.
Secretary, as far as the negotiations with the 75
Andrea, go ahead.
Mr. Secretary, so I want to ask you about what you're doing here. So the market is reacting crazily, right?
I haven't seen it.
Do you think that this move is...
I haven't seen it. Dog, that's your job. That's more your job than anyone in the world. Did no one tell him? Everyone else has been looking.
Going to sort of change and calm down the market reaction?
What?
Do you think the markets have tanked, right? There's been a lot of volatility in the market, not just in terms of stock markets, but also in terms of bonds. So will this move in your mind, do you anticipate that this is going to calm the markets down?
Well, I think what we've seen, I think the willingness by more than 75 countries to come and negotiate, I think now the market understands that everything they saw last Wednesday was a ceiling, and now we have a 10% the temporary floor, and I think the market...
What? What does that mean?
My 35 years in the market, I always wanted certainty, so I think we've got more certainty.
But Mr. Secretary,
Maggie, go ahead.
Mr. Secretary, why do people assume this is the last word? The president began this morning saying, be cool. 5 hours later, he announces a new policy. Why will investors in the market assume that this is it?
Because, again, as I said, we've given 90 days, and the only certainty we can provide is
this
that
guy's
the US
job
is
sucks.
going to negotiate in good faith, and we assume that our allies will too. And in terms of certainty, we will see what China does. But what I'm certain of is that what
And he sucks at his job. No. I mean, his job sucks. I mean, like, he doesn't, dude, you know he's not being given, like, any explanation for anything, right? Like, every night he's like, cradling his head in his hands, and then he passes out, and then he wakes up, he looks at Trump's Truth Social posts, he looks at the market in his phone, and he's like, all right, time to earn that paycheck, I guess. And then he does this. Like, it's not, I'm not saying he's not incredibly evil. I'm just saying that he's smart enough to know that what he's saying is nonsense.
China is doing will affect their economy much more than it will ours, because they have an export-driven, flood the world with cheap export models, and the rest of the world now understands, because when we put up our tariff wall, those exports were already flowing to the rest of the G7 and to the global South.
And you think
Mr. Secretary, how much of this decision was driven by the
That meant nothing, by the way.
bond market cratering overnight? What is happening with bonds? Is China selling their
Oh yeah, what are the
bonds?
10 years up to?
I have nothing that says that, and we actually had quite a good 10-year auction today, and all this was, again, this was driven by the president's strategy. He and I had a long talk on Sunday, and this was his strategy all along, and that, you know, you might even say that he goaded China into a bad position. They responded. They have shown themselves to the world to be the bad actors, and we are willing to cooperate with our allies and with our trading partners who did not retaliate. It wasn't a hard message. Don't retaliate. Things will turn out well.
What's your message to
There's Politico articles
Mr.
saying that
Secretary,
the countries weren't getting
these
calls back.
negotiations with these 75 countries, how long will that take? Will it be a matter of weeks? Will it be a matter of months? Do you expect financial markets to be stable during that time period?
Well, we've started with a 90-day pause, and we will see if more countries turn up, what will happen. But we have a meeting with Vietnam today, and we have one of the largest trade.
What's the end game here? Like, what actually is the point? There's no point. It's really difficult to know what's part of the plan and what isn't, but this is not part of the plan. So someone got through to Trump. That's it. That's the only thing that changed. Trump was like it was someone in chat, or not in chat, sorry, one of the reporters earlier pointed out that Trump was as recently as, look, 4 hours ago, this is a great time to buy my stock. Be cool. Everything is going to work out well. The USA will be bigger and better than ever before. Like, all of these, yes, our economy is about to boom. Tariffs are good. Tariffs are good. We are pausing tariffs on the entire world for 90 days. The only country we're maintaining high tariffs on is China. This is because nobody's retaliated against us except for the people who've retaliated against us. Tariffs are good, but also they're a negotiating tactic. We want to bring back domestic manufacturing, but also we don't want to. We want this, but also we don't want this. Good is bad, bad is good. Like, the only thing that changed is somebody pointed out to Trump that this is a completely unwinnable battle. That's it. Unfortunately, it's very unsatisfying because everyone wants the conspiratorial, like, well, everything's part of a big plan. I do believe they're deliberately trying to cause a recession. I don't know how many of them even know that that's what they want to do. I think that for a lot of them, they genuinely don't. We're not dealing with smart people. For the most part, we're dealing with subnormal people. These are people who failed upward, you know? Trump is not smarter than the average person. Egotism actually makes him stupider than the average person. By far, like by a huge margin, you know? Here, from that Bob Woodward book. Mr. President, can I show this to you? Cohn fanned out the pages of data in front of the president. See, the biggest levers of jobs, people leaving voluntarily, was from manufacturing. I don't get it, Trump said. Cohn tried to explain. I can sit in a nice office with air conditioning and a desk, or stand on my feet 8 hours a day. Which one would you do for the same pay? Cohn added, people don't want to stand in front of a 2,000-degree blast furnace. People don't want to go into coal mines and get black lung. For the same dollars, or equal dollars, they're going to choose something else. Trump wasn't buying it. Several times Cohn just asked the president, why do you have these views? I just do, Trump replied. I've had these views for 30 years. That doesn't mean they're right, Cohn said. I had the view for 15 years I could play professional football. That doesn't mean I was right. This is the kind of person we're dealing with here. So when you ask, like, what is the plan here? He's a megalomaniac 80-year-old. That's it. Is he a fascist? Yeah, but he doesn't think about that. Is he a white supremacist? Yeah, but he doesn't think about that. Do you think this has to do with insider trading? There are lots of people trying to make money off of this, but no. The market swing that we're seeing right now, the NASDAQ is probably up a bunch. Yeah, look at that. This is not insider trading. There might be people conducting insider trading, but for it to be coordinated insider trading, that would suggest that this was all done on purpose, which it wasn't. Somebody just got through to Trump. He made a Truth Social post. That's it. The S&P 500's all green? Yeah, and soon it'll go down again. The effects of tariffs haven't even really hit yet. It's been like 12 hours since they came out. Bond yield scared them enough? That might have been part of it. Maybe. Will everyday commodities start going up? Brother, weren't you around during the Biden administration?
Deficits with them, so I'm hoping it will move in a good direction. I was at the Japanese ambassador's house last night for the Cherry Blossom Festival, which was quite festive, and he and I had a good chat. They are going to send a deal team over, so we'll see. These are complicated negotiations. These are imbalances that have taken decades to create, but I think having seen the maximum level that Donald Trump is willing to go to, President Trump has created this negotiating leverage.
Excuse me, everybody.
Classic negotiating tactic, okay? Open by showing people the farthest that you're willing to go, but no farther, and then immediately dial it back down. Classic strategy right there. Hey, work for 12 hours, we're going to do the policy that you don't want to see. But I won't do any more than that. But then we're going to bring it back down. For no reason.
The secretary is obviously a very busy man. As he said, he's had more than 75 countries that the trade team has to respond to. I'd just like to end with this. For decades, Republicans and Democrats have said that these unfair trade practices are ripping off the American people, are ripping off our country, but nobody has ever done anything to address it. We finally have a president here at the White House who is playing the long game, who is doing what is right for the American worker and our industries here at home, and he has put together a fantastic team in Secretary Bessent, Secretary Lustnick, the entire...
You know what I notice about her, apart from the fact that she's a neo-Nazi? She's pretty forceful. I wonder how much of a power she is behind the scenes, you know what I mean? In a cabinet full of people who are probably mostly just limp dick, opportunists who are hopping on the bandwagon and feigning loyalty in an effort to bolster their own portfolios. I wonder how basically I'm wondering how much of a commissar she is. Does that make sense? How much is she walking around the Oval Office keeping an eye on people? You know?
trade team who will be focusing on negotiating these good deals to put the American worker...
You think she fondles Trump's balls while she blows him? See, I was acknowledging that she's quite forceful and militant. You took it in a misogynistic direction, which I think that you should do some reflecting on that. Also, she's literally 12.
First, and we're going to get to work to do that. Thank you.
What about the EU? What about the EU? They retaliated this morning. Why aren't they being treated like China?
Hey, Elena, can I get that sticker?
Levitt is married to a 59-year-old Trump donor. Yeah, it just makes me wonder, how powerful she is. I guess, you know? She could be, an insanely Machiavellian, chaos is a ladder type bitch. You know what I'm talking about? Well, I don't really know. So yeah, basically, I guess the message from today is what? Okay, I'm okay. I'm doing this as like a PSA, mostly for my own benefit, but I want to be really clear about this because sometimes it pisses me off. Okay, the stock market is a constant oscillation between it's so over and we are so back. Now, as you might know from your miserable, wretched day-to-day lives where you barely achieve a fraction of the goals you set out for yourself every day, all of life is a it's so over, we are so back sine wave. No matter what's actually happening. You could be at the lowest point in your life and you find like a half-smoked cigarette butt that you get to finish in a piss-soaked alleyway, and that's your it's so back moment. The market is exactly the same way. So I don't want you guys freaking out every time the market goes green. Every underlying tendency, every feature of the economy that produces the stability upon which a robust and healthy economy can exist is trending downward rapidly. People are trying to make the most of the situation. Everyone's trying to outsmart the market. There are literally millions of people out there who have like auto notifications or auto conditional buys set to the next time like the tariffs get paused or Trump like makes a Truth Social post. People are looking for any opportunity to make money on the margins. Everyone wants to outsmart the market. And you know what? Wealthy people will still make money in financially difficult times. I've made this point a million times, haven't I? The economy gets bad for you, not for them. So just keep that in mind. I just don't, when the market goes down, that's not bad for the economy because the number going down means the economy is bad. The reason the number going down is bad for the economy is because of instability. It's because there is a mismatched set of expectations between business leaders, job creators, whatever, people who are responsible for making economic decisions, transactions, negotiating, whatever, entire nations, you know? There's a mismatch between what they expect and what's actually happening. Things spiking up, it doesn't take away from that. You know, you finding that half-smoked cigarette butt in the piss-soaked alleyway does not mean that you're not an alcoholic. His trade rep learned about the pause during a hearing. Really?
Conversations with.
You include that in your opening statement. Why didn't you reference that as part of your testimony?
Wait, at what point? It's a 3-minute video.
My conversation. What does this even mean? Policy. Another member of the cabinet, Bessent, who just was no strategy. Actually, disarray people's retirement this fall. How have you done? How have you achieved it? So if it's not marked to the floor, does it?
Yep, there goes my attention span. Wasn't the 90-day tariff thing a fake tweet? Yeah, but then it happened for real. Life imitates art, or whatever. I learned a lot, don't we all? Well, that's nice, Skynet. All right, hold on. Let me send this off to the editors. We got a lot to talk about. What the hell do I title this one, man? Trump back down, but also raise China tariffs? No one knows. Lol, Lamau even. Honestly, yeah. Stolen. What else am I supposed to... I don't know. Wacky Wednesday. The tariff pause situation is crazy. Oh, shit. You know the YouTube game. You know the YouTube game. Thanks, Brandon. Hell is this? New York City lets immigration officials open an office at Rikers Jail, a priority for Trump. Thanks, Eric Adams. Can't wait for Cuomo to be in charge. Zoran for mayor? Yeah, I wish. I doubt it's going to happen, but I wish. Imagine if Trump had Cuomo arrested to keep Adams in power by default. That's not how that works. Not even remotely. Like, that's a shocking lack of awareness of how elections work. Also, why would he? Cuomo and Adams are basically on the same foot. Zoran has a lot of momentum. I mean, have you seen the polling? It's not good. NYC mayor polling. This is from March 26. Cuomo has nearly 40%. Is Zoran legit? Yeah. Did you hear about the person who was similar standing to Jeremy Powell, but isn't the Fed chair, got removed by Trump, showing he could remove Jeremy Powell if he wants to? That'd be a lot easier for me to Google if you gave me the motherfucker's name. Yeah, Trump definitely wants to lower Fed interest rates, though I have no idea if he's going to be successful in bullying Powell to do so, or removing Powell to make sure that happens. I have no idea. Did you guys see the panic on the Treasury yields the other day? It was all over Twitter, and that's how I learned about it. I spent like 4 hours doing research on it because I didn't really understand it, and now I think I understand it well enough to talk about it, but I did learn all of this like 12 hours ago. Yield go up equal bad? I mean, essentially, yeah. It looks like it's stabilized a little bit, at least with regard to the 10-year auction. So maybe things are going to hold for a little while longer. But we also have no idea how long that's going to be the case. It might also be influenced by the fact that people are still, like, trying to make this market bullish. Didn't China dump a bunch of their bonds? We don't know that. It's been speculated, but we don't know that. We don't know who makes those sells. It could be China dumping bonds. It could be hedge funds dumping bonds. It could be other countries. It could not even be that. It could just be a reflection of significant market instability and people not being like, or a lack of trust in the US government. Could be all of it. Didn't Trump float the idea he just wouldn't pay China's bonds? Yes, and if that happened, it would basically be the end of the world. So, you know. What does the 30-year look like? Well, it's still up. Wait, I could be dumb, but isn't dumping bonds good? I mean, depends on whether you want the United States to collapse or not. It depends on whether or not you want to, like, spike our interest rates, basically. Is the world ending a good or a bad thing? I'm not sure. And yes, I did see that Germany is considering removing a bunch of gold reserves from the New York Federal Reserve, which is kind of in the same vein of issue, right? Like a lack of faith in the stability of the U.S. government. All countries have gold reserves, Ismilia. At least the wealthy ones. 4.4 is still pretty high. But I guess we can expect this to go down a little bit because people are buying into the market right now, trying to buy the dip. I'm not sure. A lot are held in New York because it makes trade easier. Yeah, we have the biggest market. It just makes it a little easier. Isn't bond number going up bad? The bond yield going up means that the government is selling these bonds at a higher yield rate and for lower amounts, which they're doing in response to a lower demand for people buying those bonds. And a lower demand for people buying those bonds does happen from time to time, but it's weird for that to happen at the same time there's a big market sell-off. Because usually, when people are selling off in the market, they're turning towards a more stable long-term investment. Bonds, right? You got to put your money somewhere. It's not like they're dumping hundreds of billions of dollars into a big savings account, you know? They put it somewhere. So, when the market goes down, generally, the people take the money out of the market and they move it into bonds. That makes bonds more expensive, and it brings the yield, the rate of interest on them, down lower because there's higher demand. So the government doesn't have to offer a higher yield. Now, pretty much the entire global interest rate is based on the US 10-year Treasury yield. And the reason for that is because this is kind of like, since we're the global reserve currency, this is kind of like the baseline price of borrowing money. Like, the cost of borrowing money is more or less set by the amount you expect to make off of holding debt of the US government. Like, that's the, if you're trying to, like, it's like you have molecules, and then you have atoms, and then you have quarks. You're getting down to the more, like, fundamental building blocks of reality. One of the fundamental building blocks of the global economy is this, the Treasury yield. And the reason for that is because since we're the big dogs in town, and we're the ones you have to go through to do business, at least through our currency, the cost of holding US debt is more or less like the determining force in what the floor for interest rates can be, which is why the Treasury, you know, determines that floor. Or not the Treasury, sorry, the Fed determines that floor. In a fashion which correlates highly to the 10-year yield. So the point of all of this being, if people are pulling out of the market and people are pulling out of bonds, it signals a lot of instability. Could also be a consequence of people doing mass bond sell-offs, in which case they sell their bonds, the US government has to give them their money. Now the US government has more debt because people just turned in their bonds, so they need to go and sell more for a higher yield to compensate for the fact that they just lost so many. China holds like 700 billion in US bonds. Japan holds $1 trillion. There's like 50 trillion in total. Like there's a lot of US debt held all around the place. You get like a bond version of a bank run. We owed like upwards of 60% of our debt, right? Hold on. Who holds US Treasury bonds? Yeah, thereabouts, it seems. How much US debt is held in America? About 29 trillion held by the public and 7 trillion held by government accounts, intergovernmental debt. But how much in Americans? That's a lot of debt. I believe there's a law that limits foreign debt to 30%. Yeah, but like, keep in mind, Trump did declare war on the entire world economically. If all of those countries called called that debt immediately, if they all did it at once, that would kind of be... Good night, y'all. Good night. If I recall correctly, they can't do that. I think there are limits on like how much of the debt can be called at once, but even if you don't exceed those limits, you could still do a huge amount of damage to the United States. What's stopping China from doing it? Well, it's kind of a nuclear option. Also, China does generally benefit from holding U.S. Debt. They'd be calling it all in at once if they did that. People have speculated that they're doing it, but I don't think we know that. Also, keep in mind, again, the US dollar is the global reserve currency. If the treasury yields go up, the interest rates everywhere go up. Everywhere. So every economy gets hit like that. What if they did it slowly? Well, I guess they could. It's a weapon they have. Remember how many times I've said that running a country's budget is not like running a household budget, because having debt can be a good thing if you're a country? Because if other countries hold debt in your country, it means that they're invested in the long-term security and stability of your country, because any instability to your currency causes instability to them as well. This is what I mean. Of course, that doesn't really work when you're like declaring war in the world, so, you know. Why are stocks up? Rewind the stream. Got a lot of debt, man. This is another big concern here. The higher the interest rate goes when when our debt gets refinanced, when we sell new bonds in new bond auctions, we pay a higher interest on those bonds. Like, that's the point of it, right? If the higher yield, you're essentially paying a higher interest. The more of a profitable investment holding U.S. bonds is, that means they're paying a higher interest. The government's paying a higher interest. It was going down for so long. Well, yeah, the Fed has been doing a pretty... Can we give a little credit where it's due? The Fed has been doing a pretty amazing job limiting the consequences of the insane amount of debt that we hold. Like, we have like the fact that the interest that we pay on our debt nationally has gone down for such a long time, and has only really gone up in response to post-COVID inflation and the war in Ukraine, the big ones. Good Fed posting is when you glaze the Fed. True. But that era's over. Who the fuck knows what's going to happen now? Maybe we get stagflation. I don't know. If Trump fires Powell, does the world end? Well, it wouldn't be good for the world. View Trump's tweets. What did he do? Is there anything new? No, there's nothing new. It's the same as before. Five hours ago, that buy has to be illegal. Oh, crimes don't exist anymore. Don't be stupid. Hold on. A relevant video has been linked.
Well, thanks very much for that. You know, this is the question. Will China hit back at Trump's tariffs by pulling, as what one guest in the morning told us, the nuclear option? That is, selling U.S. treasuries, U.S. bonds, basically. According to many, it's the most powerful weapon in China's arsenal. I mean, it's not new. Every time there are these tensions, back in 2018 also, I remember, this was put out there. Will China dump its holdings of U.S. bonds? You know, so let's just quickly take a look at this, right? Will China retaliate by selling U.S. bonds or not? Not just with words, but or counter tariffs, but real pain in the bond market. Now, a move like this could serve as a powerful financial market deterrent, much like weakening of the yuan's daily fixing. I mean, the last fix, I mean, not today's, but yesterday's fix showed that China is willing to tolerate lower yuan to increase the competitiveness for its goods. It will also...
Yeah, I genuinely love the accent. Have you guys never heard an Indian guy before? There's like 1.5 billion people who would speak with this accent if they spoke English, which some of them do. I have to dial it down a little bit, because sometimes I'm reminded that I am a American who spent my whole life living in like big cities, basically. So when I hear a guy with like an Indian accent, or a like a Albanian accent, or you know, like a Greek accent, or a Nigerian accent, or whatever, I'm like, oh yeah. But then there are people in chat who are watching this from towns with like 7,000 people in the Midwest, and like maybe they legitimately, I don't know. So you get these weird like cultural, you get like a mirror held up sometimes, and I find it charming, by the way. I'm not demeaning or whatever, you know. I think it's a little charming. I don't know, I heard this in high school. I still don't know how real it is, or if this is one of those myths or whatever, but when European settlers came with their slaves over to the Americas, and you had those accounts of Native Americans who had never seen a black person before, who would like, there was like the one account I heard in high school where one guy like licked his thumb and tried to rub what he thought was soot off the black guy's skin. And it's like, I'm sure people are going to take that the wrong way. But when I heard that as a kid, I was like, oh, you know, as interracial first contacts go, that's kind of charming, right? When compared to like everything else going on. Like, if you're taking a dynamic between a European settler, a African slave, and a Native American, and the interaction you get out of that is, oh, the Native American guy thought there was like soot on the black guy's skin. That's like the best case scenario, basically. I don't know. It's just, I guess it's just a reminder that like unfamiliarity and hatred aren't necessarily the same thing. Does that make sense? You know what I mean? Oda Nobunaga ordered that Yasuke be scrubbed when he first met him to see if the black will come off. See, yeah, when I read stuff like that, because I think so often, right, like when we see racism in real life, which we do pretty often. I mean, online is real life too, I guess. I mean, like not in fiction or whatever. It's like based out of false familiarity, where you have people online who are very racist against, say, black people, based on a very comprehensive set of racial stereotypes that imply familiarity but do not actually mean familiarity, right? Like, you've got guys who know 5 million racist stereotypes have never talked to a black guy. Like, you don't actually know black people. You just know what white people say about black people. I feel like whatever you say about, like, whatever you can say about racists of the past or whatever, like, I feel like there used to be more of a relationship between being around people that you are racist against and being racist against them, in the sense that you wouldn't care as much if you weren't around them. Nowadays, you've got Korean incels posting about black dudes on Twitter. You have never met a black man. You live in Korea, South Korea, whatever. You've never met a black guy. Like, what are you doing? You will never meet a black guy unless you live in Seoul or whatever. Like, you will probably literally never meet a black guy. What are you doing? I don't think there are Nigerians online being like, you know who I hate? Korean guys. And if there are, that's weird. And I disavow. How did I get on this? Sorry.
Move like this, when you dump bonds, yields shoot up. It will raise the cost of funding for US government. And of course, I mean, send that message that don't take our restraint for granted. Such a move, and how big is China's holdings of US government bonds? Let's just take a quick look. The last number I have is this. China holds, and if you can move the graphic along, is about China's holding of US bonds is about $760 billion. That is, just pure China. There are some reports which suggest that, you have to take some proxy holdings, etc., and then it becomes over 1 trillion, but direct holding about $760 billion. This graphic is also interesting. China's ownership of US government bonds as a percentage of total foreign ownership of US treasuries is about 8.9% now. What was the peak? It was 28% in 2011. Remember,
that's not too surprising, I don't think, that China would have diversified a bit since then. This is one of the reasons why I've been saying, like, China is better prepared for the trade war than we are. We are utterly dependent on them. China has been trying to build out trade relationships beyond us. Foreign
investors own about 30% of the entire US debt. So, these are very large numbers, and that's the reason why this comes up off and on. Now, the point also is this. If China decides to sell, US, of course, hurts. But China also hurts, simply because it is one of the largest holders. A fire sale could devalue its own reserves. I mean, this is basically quite similar to how a large shareholder in a...
Not to engage in a form of, like, I don't know, callous Orientalism, but I feel like China could survive the devaluing of its currency by quite a bit. Like, I could be wrong on that, but I feel like the way their economy is structured, they could handle that relatively well. Certainly compared to us. What do you mean by that? Well, basically, our entire economy is hinged on us not building anything, but us being able to buy everything in the world because our currency is so powerful. The US dollar is so insanely powerful. Like it's the most like more powerful than any comparable, like nothing has ever been like this. We are the like kings of this kind of economy. They make the stuff, we buy it with our super powerful currency. So much of our domestic and foreign economic policy is oriented around maintaining a high value for our dollar. You know? This is one of the... Have you ever wondered how a country like, say, Turkey can have like 80% inflation and still basically exist year after year? Have you ever wondered that? Like, how does it like a country like Turkey... Argentina, you know, not Greece because they're EU, but like there are countries that consistently have really high inflation, and then they're like fine, like they're not doing good with that really high inflation, but they're like holding it together basically. We're the ones who are uniquely vulnerable to inflation because we're the ones who are completely committed to the persistent strength of our dollar. That's not really the case with China. What makes our currency value high? Global reserve currency. The fact that we engage in trade in the way we do. Every country is really, 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 really invested in maintaining the value of the US dollar because they hold so much of our currency in their treasury. They hold so much of our debt. So if our dollar devalues, that devalues their holdings. Everyone wants to keep the USD as a global like reference point for currency. We're like kind of essential for a lot of international trade. You know? So as a consequence of all of that, like the dollar has to stay really, really, really consistent. It's not really a matter of overestimating China. It's just their economy isn't really as reliant on maintaining a powerful currency. No, whatever. Yap, yap, yap. You know how I am. All right. We got to get on that shit. Yeah, I saw Adaman. I like your pocket square. Thank you. Isn't it cute? It's also the only thing I own that's made out of silk. And a twist and a fold. Just feeling extra fancy today? No, I'm a stock boy. What's the occasion? I'm a stock boy. We're live from the New York Stock Exchange. Stand up. You think you fucking got me? You think you got me? Motherfucker? One day they'll learn. What the fuck is this? Dave Portnoy is doing a CNN interview?
Just in case you're not well acquainted with my next guest, Dave Portnoy is the founder and owner of Barstool Sports, a wildly successful media company with a particular appeal to young men, a demographic that helped Donald Trump win back the White House. Barstool Sports has nearly 50 million followers on TikTok, publishes some of the most popular podcasts in the country. Now, Portnoy's followers get a steady stream of sports content, financial advice, pizza.
Also, Goldman Sachs just rescinded its recession call, lol. It's so cool. Wait, this article says 65% chance of recession. How is this a recension of the call? It is really cool to be reminded how fucking stupid our so-called financial experts are. Again, a lot of it is just like no ideological grounding, right? They see like market signals, they see fluctuations. They're good at measuring stuff like that. They don't see the forest for the trees, you know?
Reviews and unfiltered and some say offensive conversations. In recent days, he has gone viral for comments about tariffs imposed by President Trump.
Next year, not this year.
Portnoy supports.
We'll see.
Dave Portnoy joins me now. Thank you so much for being here. You have been openly questioning the president's tariff strategy. I want our viewers to see and hear what you said on Monday.
I went super viral when I said I lost $7 million. I'd kill to be back to losing $7 million. I haven't even looked. If I had to guess, I'm down in these last 3 days, probably close to 20. I don't know, like 10, 15% of my net worth, poof. But I'm still here. That's the game. That's what I'm in.
Christ, these people are stupid. So would he now, as of like breaking news from 1.5 hours ago, is he back on the Trump train now? Is he happy now because the market went back up? Just 125% tariff on China.
Do I like it? No. Am I crying? Am I like, oh, woe is me? I wish I voted for Kamala. No. Do I wish this didn't go down like this? Yes.
Now, you obviously voted for President Trump. You also
he's in a more serious outfit
that
today.
You think he's a smart guy. You are willing to give him a couple of days or even a couple of weeks. Where are you now?
So it's uncomfortable. Anytime a stock market is like this and you're invested in it, it's certainly uncomfortable. But I stand with it. You know, he ran on tariffs. He said he was a tariff fan. And I don't pretend to be an economist. I don't think I realized that we'd have this market crash. I don't think most people did. But I think he believes in what he's doing and trying to basically strong-arm China and get better deals for the U.S. I'm willing to still give him time. I think the big date is the midterms, which is a long time out. But I do think that in this country, the number one issue, no matter what is going on, is the economy. And if
I don't know why I thought that this would be worth watching. I hate financial media so much that I want to make fun of him for being stupid, but he's not even meaningfully different to like the way anyone talks about it. Like you would get basically the same analysis if you tuned into a fucking Bloomberg feed, you know? It'd be the same shit. There's no broader understanding of I don't know.
If the stock market doesn't show some signs of rebound or rebounding by then, I think people will speak with their vote. So, but I'm still, he was pretty straightforward that I'm tariffs. I don't like China. I'm going to do all this stuff. He's doing what he
This is not financial media. This is financial media. This is as coherent and economically literate as any financial media you might consume out there, because all those finance bros are doing is using like education and a high level of field expertise to dress up the same underlying desire, which is I want to make number go up however possible. I'm here for my portfolio. I'm here for the bag. I don't care about anything that I consider an externality. It's not, again, like it's not like market performance tracks directly onto the health of the economy. You know, everyone's just a gambler trying to make their, make their return.
ran on. So to turn around just because we've had 3 or 4 bad days in the stock market, super uncomfortable. My bigger thing at this point is, let's not pretend it's not a major issue. Like it is, and you can't separate. I don't think I saw the Treasury Secretary Bessent today, like separating Main Street and Wall Street.
Yes, he did.
They're pretty connected. Yeah, they're pretty connected in my book. So I don't know if he's just talking about the super fat cats, but if the stock market's tanking, we are going to have an economic meltdown over the long term. So I'm still going to give him time. He said, I think Trump said, you know, it was a sick patient. He needed to take medicine.
I'm learning nothing from this. I'm learning contempt. I'm learning like strong negative feelings, I guess.
You got the market seeing your brilliance.
Yeah, that's up almost 7 points. 2,500 points. Nobody's ever.
I hate it when guys like this use terms like fat cats. Yeah, isn't he worth like $100 million? Everyone, again, like this is what we get. The elimination of the social aristocracy from the United States like economic framework is equivalent to what we did by making it so racist can be racist but not by saying the N-word, where you have people who are worth billions who earnestly believe that they're not the elite. There are so many people who are the elite who do not think that they're the elite.
It's going to be a record.
Amazing. Yeah. You make an announcement for next year. Yes, sir. Smart.
The market is up quite a bit. What is Bloomberg on about?
The big thing, which
oh,
we're doing now,
sure, man.
Makers surging right now. Ford up 7.6%. General Motors up 6.8%. Stellantis up 14.8%. And Tesla right now up by 18.7%. Apple getting a lot of attention. That stock up by 7.8%. Keep it locked in. We got you covered. Fast-moving markets right here on Bloomberg. I'm
Again, like this media doesn't exist to help people understand how the economy works. This media exists to help gamblers and wealthy people track how to best siphon money out of the economy. It's all the parasite economy. None of this has anything to do with like actual economic well-being. Is that John Bloomberg? Yes, that is John Bloomberg.
Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Worth repeating because the news is huge. President Donald Trump announcing a 90-day pause on higher reciprocal tariffs that hit dozens of trade partners after midnight. Well,
isn't one of Tesla's biggest markets China? Why would they be up nearly 20% or 20 points? Because it's all fake. It's all aura and hype moments. It's none of it. There is literally no feature of the stock market that tracks speculative value assessments onto the actual performance of any company. There's nothing. They're completely disconnected.
Raising duties on China to 125%. We are seeing stocks surge as a result. World equity indices showing a lot of green. The NASDAQ composite 9.6% to the upside. The S&P 500 up 7.6%. The Dow up 6.5%.
All right. Let's get to the markets.
Let's
talk
do
a
it.
little bit more about it. With us here in studios, Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Isabel Lee. And it is really broad-based.
None of it will remain when the tariffs finally hit. The tariffs have hit. And it can still remain because the stock, again, you're not understanding. Tariffs affect the real economy. When a tariff is applied, it is a tax on the import of goods. That's real money changing hands there. It's in effect right now. That's the real economy. The speculative parasite bubble, the leeches and rats floating above all of it, totally disconnected. How do you think you have so many loss leaders? You have so many tech companies that like do nothing but lose money, but still somehow people invest quadrillions into them. OpenAI, is ChatGPT making money? No, but OpenAI is still making an ungodly amount off of investment. Wait, I thought it was paused. What about the title? Well, the title says breaking the tariffs are paused, but also raised. I don't know. So you missed part of the title. You have to read the full title. Explain then. Rewind the damn stream.
Scarlet Fu mentioned this earlier to us. It's indiscriminate buying.
It definitely is. We have just a wave of enthusiasm sweeping through markets. Everything is really rising. We have the S&P rising as much as 8%, and that's coming off from a precipice of a bear market, which is a 20% plunge from its high. We have Bitcoin soaring, you have Arabica coffee, you have gold, you have oil, you have 2-year yield, you have traders pulling back expectations for the Fed, and you have 2-year yields plunging. It's really just green on the screen. But we do have some analysts saying that there's still prolonged uncertainty, you know? I mean, yes, we have this pause, but what's going to happen after?
Isabel, hang on for a second. We do want to...
Or the 125% tariffs on China, you know.
Head to the White House and President Trump.
Yippee, you know?
Yippee?
A little bit yippee, a little bit yippee. Afraid, unlike these champions, because we have a big job to do. No other president would have done what I did. No other president.
That's probably true.
Presidents, they wouldn't have done it. And it had to be done. What was happening to us on trade, not only with, you know, if you look at it, not only with China, but China was by far the biggest abuser in history, and others also, but somebody had to do it. They had to stop because it was not sustainable. Last year, China made $1 trillion off trade with the United States. That's not right. And now I've reversed it. It's for a short period of time, but we made $2 billion. We're making now $2 billion a day. And
wait, why is he saying he reversed it? The tariffs to China got increased. What is he he's what? Nothing has changed. Is that meant to be temporary? What are you talking about?
Somebody had to do it. Roger actually said it. Charles Schwab was here a little while ago, one of the great financial people, and he said he's been waiting for 40 years for somebody to do what I did over the last month. And if you didn't do it, you wouldn't have a country. It wouldn't be sustainable. So I'm honored to have done it. And, you know, look, nothing's over yet, but we have a tremendous amount of spirit from other countries, including China. China wants to make a deal. They just don't know how quite to go about it. You know, it's one of those things they don't know how quite. They're proud people. And President Xi's a proud man. I know him very well. And they don't know quite how to go about it, but they'll figure it out. They're in the process of figuring it out, but they want to make a deal.
Old man yelling.
And we have many other countries, as you know, many more than 75. And they all want to come, and they want to come here, or they'll go to Commerce, or they'll go to Treasury. We have our great senators here and congressmen. They'll call John, they'll do somebody, they'll go through somebody, but they're all calling, how do we do this? They all want to make a deal. Somebody had to do what we did, and I did a 90-day pause for the people that didn't retaliate.
The EU retaliated.
Because I told them, if you retaliate, we're going to double it. And that's what I did with China, because they did retaliate. So we'll see how it all works out. I think it's going to work out amazing. I think that our country is going to be at the end of a year or shorter, but I think we're going to have something that nobody would have dreamt possible. A man like Roger Penske, I don't want to get him in trouble with China, so I won't, but he would know that you have to, someday you have to cut the bow and you have to do what you have to do, right, Roger? And that's what I did, and I'm very happy to have done it.
Mr. President,
was there anyone
the Prime Minister of Greece just told Breitbart's Matt Boyle that he thinks absolutely the European Union and the United States could work out a trade deal that's win-win and, quote, mutually beneficial to both sides. What do you think about the Prime Minister's comments, and do you think a deal could be struck with the European Union?
First of all, I know him. He's a good man, and I appreciate his comments. Yeah, a deal could be made with everyone.
Can you imagine, like, a less credible exchange of ideas with regard to the economy? A Greek politician speaking to Breitbart? Man, that's, I mean, we're building off big over here in the States, you know? Big and powerful deals taking place here. Jesus Christ.
One of them. A deal's going to be made with China. A deal's going to be made with every one of them. And there'll be fair deals. I just want fair. They will be fair deals for everybody. But they weren't fair to the United States. They were sucking us dry, and you can't do that. You know, we have $36 trillion of debt for a reason. We don't have it there for fun. They have it for a reason. And people took advantage of our country, and they ripped us off for decades. I've been thinking about this for decades. If you ever saw me on television, I was young like these guys. And it was a good old day.
I'm sure you guys already understand this, and I don't need to repeat it to you, but U.S. national debt has literally nothing to do with our trade deficit. They're completely unrelated things. They have nothing to do with one another.
I'll tell you, Roger. But I was like these guys, young, and I was talking about it. Nothing changed, and nothing was done about it. Then I did it. In my first term, I did it, and did it well. We took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China and others, and I started the process, but then we had to fix up from the COVID mess caused by China. We had to fix up from that, and we did a good job of doing it. And when we handed back the reins after a rigged election, and when we handed back the reins, the stock market was higher than it was before COVID coming in. So, you know, we did a great job, but we didn't have time to do the big thing, which we're doing now. And it's, you know, it's like a patient is sick, you have to do surgery. Patient is very sick. And Joe Biden handed us over a country that was in very serious trouble, economically and in every other way. They let China run away with things. They let other countries run away with things. And maybe worst of all, in a certain way, is what they did at the border. We had people pouring into our country by the millions. Many of them were murderers and drug lords and thieves and people from prisons from all over the world. And there were people from mental institutions, insane asylums. They were taking their mentally insane, and they were dumping them into our country. And I'll tell you, Tom Homan and Kristi Noem are doing a fantastic job in removing them. And now the courts, the Supreme Court just gave us numerous good rulings where we have to be able to get them out. You had other judges trying to take over the system. And think of it, they take over. They want these people coming back. Tren de Aragua from Venezuela, the Venezuela jails that cut off the fingers of a man in Colorado. They cut off his fingers because he called the police looking for help. They said, "Did you call the police?" He said, "Yes, I did." "Put your hand down," and they cut off the fingers. This is what they want to bring these people back now. And I want to thank the president of El Salvador for the job he's done, because that is that's the way it has to be done. It's too bad.
Foreign gulags. Yep.
Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi, they've been talking about tariffs for decades. How come when these Democrat elites want tariffs, everything's hunky-dory, but when President Trump wants tariffs, all hell breaks loose? Do you see
this goddamn Queen accent? Toss a cracker at this motherfucker.
Double standard?
I love this guy, whoever the hell that is. That's really nice. I appreciate that question. No, Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, everybody knew you.
By the way, I actually think this is fair criticism, and I'm not joking. Obviously, it's a cocksuck question, but I'm not kidding. Democrats have also proposed stupid fucking tariffs to protect domestic industry for no reason other than because they are servants of capital, you know? They have done this before. Biden, with his insane tariff on Chinese EVs being the most recent and egregious example, and I was against that when he pushed forward as well. I thought that was egregious too. This is what happens when you concede the issues. Yep.
You had to do it, but they never had the guts to do it. It does take guts. It even takes guts for our country to go through it. That's why I say be cool. They were saying about, see, just be cool. It's going to work out. It's going to work out, and it's working out. I can tell you, working out maybe faster than I thought. But I said it's, you know, it's going to take a little conditioning. It's a transition to, it's really, I think it's a transition to greatness. It's going to be greatness. Our country is going to be, there'll be nothing like it. And people investing in our country, they're going to do better than they've ever done before. We have more car manufacturers, Roger, coming into our country now. Speaking of cars, we've never seen anything like it. And they're coming in because of the election, but they're coming in because of the tariffs, because they don't want to pay 25 or 50 or whatever it may be. They don't want to pay that. They can't pay that. We had 3 cancellations in Mexico, building a plant.
What?
They're all coming into the United States. Canada, they're coming in. From China, they're coming in from everywhere. And that's just cars. We have chip makers coming. We're the biggest chip maker in the world from Taiwan, coming in, spending $3 billion to build plants, and mostly a big plant. This is a hell of a plant when you spend the kind of money there. That they're going to go $200 to $300 billion, not million. You know, you'd say million would be the right number. It's not. $200 to $300 billion billion. Think of that, $300 billion. If you look at Apple, Apple is going to spend $500 billion building a plant. They wouldn't be doing that if I didn't do this. They'd just keep building them in China. And that's unsustainable. It's not a pleasant thing to do, but...
Funnily enough, since all the other tariffs are on pause, a lot of companies are going to continue their pre-existing practice of just rerouting their trade through a different country. Like, they'll be made in a Chinese factory, and then they'll be moved through fucking Singapore or whatever, and then they'll go into the U.S. They've been doing that for a while. They're going to keep doing that.
I appreciate the question. And, you know, interestingly, Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi, Crazy Nancy, they've wanted to do this for years, but they never had a president that had the guts to do it, because it does take guts, believe me.
Was it the bond markets that persuaded you to reverse course?
I was watching the bond market. The bond market is very tricky. I was watching it, but if you look at it now, it's beautiful.
It's pretty much the same as it was last night, more or less. I mean, there's been a little bit of a pullback, but not... All right.
The market right now is beautiful. But, yeah, I saw last night where people were getting a little queasy. I think everything had... well, the big move wasn't what I did today. The big move was what I did on Liberation Day. We had Liberation Day in America. We're liberated from all of the horrible deals that were made, all of the horrible trade deals that were made. And I was helped by people just like this, senator, congressman, and friends, right? And we had great help in the Senate. Our Republican senators have been amazing. They stood tall. And likewise in the House. And John Thune has done an amazing job. Barrasso has done an amazing job. I mean, I can't think of a senator, really. We had tremendous support. We got a bill passed the other day with almost unanimous support in the Senate, and I think we're going to get that in the House, too. And I have to tell you that Mike Johnson is a great speaker. He's done a fantastic job. We had a majority of 1. Now we have a majority of 7. And you don't realize how big 7 is until you have a majority of 1. 7 sounds like so much. But we're doing well. But Mike Johnson and John Thune have done a really great job.
Mr. President, was there anyone who influenced your decision? Did you speak with anyone? You know, Jamie Dimon? Did you speak with anyone?
Well, I watched Jamie Dimon on Maria Bartiromo's show this morning, and he was very good. He said that actually made the statement to effect that something had to be done with the tariffs and trade. He said that. He said, look, you know, at some point, but he said something has to be done with tariffs and trade. He understood it. He's very smart and very a genius financially. He's done a fantastic job at the bank.
Yeah.
And he knows that. Everybody knows that. Anybody that's even a little bit smart knows it. It wasn't sustainable what was happening. Somebody had to pull the trigger. I was willing to pull the trigger. This should have been done long ago. Just like Biden should have stopped the border long ago. I mean, allowed 21 million people plus into our country, many of whom should never have been allowed out of prisons and jails. They came out of prisons and jails from all over the world. And now we're getting them out, bringing them back to their countries. But it's should have never been done.
Where does the take-home position stand?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Sir, would you consider exempting some U.S. companies, maybe some larger companies who have been hit hard in the markets the last few days during this 90 days?
As time goes by, we're going to take a look at it. There are some that have been hard. There are some that, by the nature of the company, get hit a little bit harder, and we'll take a look at that. Yeah.
How do you determine it over the next 90 days?
Just instinctively, more than anything else. I mean, you almost can't take a pencil to paper. It's really more of an instinct, I think, than anything else.
What's your credibility like? Because you said that these tariffs would go into effect on Monday. You said no pause. And today there is a pause. So how can people believe your words today?
It's not a question of that. You have to have flexibility. I could say, here's a wall, and I'm going to go through that wall. I'm going to go through it no matter what. And keep going, and you can't go through the wall. Sometimes you have to be able to go under the wall, around the wall, or over the wall. These guys know that better than anybody, right? You got to go around them sometimes. You're not going to go through.
It is so fucked up that the European Union is probably just going to take the 10% flat tax sitting rather than, like, working to divest their economy from the United States, you know? Like, at some point, you have to read the writing on the wall, man.
So I consider, you know, I think in financial markets, because they changed. Look how much it changed today. We went from, you know, pretty moderate today, but over the last few days, it looked pretty glum, to, I guess they say it was the biggest day in financial history. That's a pretty big change. And I think the word would be flexible. You have to be flexible. Like he's asking the question about some companies. Some companies, through no fault of their own, they happen to be in an industry that is more affected by these things than others. You have to be able to show a little flexibility. And I'm able to do that. I'm going to say hello to these champions because they are great champions. I got to say hello.
All right, folks, you've been listening to President Trump there live outside the White House, following what's been a very interesting day and certainly a big market day, as we've got quite a rally underway. The rally kicked off by comments that President Trump said around 1:30 p.m. Wall Street time, which had to do with basically saying that there's a 90-day pause on those countries that did not retaliate when it came.
So what is actually going on? Hold on, you're being audited. You've been curious about this for 3 minutes. In the time that it took you to type that out, you could have typed it into Google and learned. You have to, listen, you are responsible for your own intellectual satiation, all right? We're watching a goddamn Bloomberg stream right now. High IQ ideas are being bantied back and forth. Like, isn't it good when line go up? And wouldn't it be bad if line went down, okay? You can't be interrupting that shit.
Came to the tariffs that the U.S. imposed on them.
The president saying he paused tariffs due to people jumping, quote, out of line. Here's what he said, quote, well, I thought that people were jumping a little bit out of line. This is what President Trump says when asked why he announced a 90-day tariff pause for most countries that have not retaliated against the U.S. Quote, they were getting yippy, he says. This is the president speaking just moments ago to reporters during a photo op with the racing champions at the White House.
Yeah, I think what's significant is he said he announced a tariff pause. As you said, those were his exact word. But because people were getting afraid, he did talk a lot about China, which is, I think, certainly front and center for all of us, that U.S.-China relationship, so important in terms of global macroeconomics and just really kind of everything, if you will. He did say China.
Why did he actually pause the tariffs? Somebody talked to him and pointed out that we can't win a trade war with every country on Earth at once.
Wants to make a deal. He kind of said that several times. He also talked about the EU. A deal could be made with everyone. And he did say he was watching the bond market. Bond market now is beautiful. But he did talk about last night people were getting a bit queasy. And then he did stress.
So I don't normally watch Bloomberg. Do they literally just repeat headlines? Is there any like analysis? Do they ever share opinions or try to like further people's understanding of these subjects? Or do they just literally say like, number up, number down, here's the number, not the number?
But, you know.
You remind me, have both an economic and a market.
Yeah, I was
backdrop.
an economist before I became a strategist.
So for like Goldman to kind of just come out, make a recession call, and then to like do that 180, like how?
Very surprising.
Like, how do you do that?
Extremely surprising. I don't know. I mean, you know, their models might be different than mine. So
does a model change that quickly?
Respect, I think they're making a lot of assumptions. They must have been making a lot of assumptions in their outlook.
Let's read from it. Goldman Sachs rescinds recession. It's a short. Well, now the story's gotten longer, but I'm going to.
Does anyone else think it's really strange that our definition of a recession is determined by market performance and not by any like real world cost of living indicators? Like, can you just not have a recession in a country that doesn't have a stock index? I guess, like, it's not possible to have a recession in Ghana, I guess, because, like, there can be economic downturn. No, it's based on GDP shrinking? Yeah, which typically looks like... Okay, wait, hold on. How much does market trading get affected by GDP? Wait, no, I'm sorry, I fucked that up. To what percentage of GDP is like that upper end speculative investment? GDP is also, that's also true, but I might have overestimated its involvement in my mind. I don't understand the question. You know what? I'm going to be honest with you. I don't understand the question either. I think I might have just totally blanked on like 50. I think I might have just like in my head thought the definition of a recession was by index performance and not GDP. Hence my confusion. Just another day on the New York Stock Exchange.
It was a short story that has been updated. So I'm only going to read one paragraph from it. Earlier today, before President Trump's announcement, we had shifted to a recession baseline in response to the additional country-specific tariffs that went into effect this morning. We are now reverting to our previous non-recession baseline forecast.
I do think that I'm at my smartest when stream begins, and then as I consume the information and get caught up on the news, the IQ gets like, you know, slowed off my mind, like you know, like ice being shaved off. You know, it just gets like chopped off and melts, gazing into the abyss, etc. Yeah.
From the Goldman Sachs team led by John Hatzius. So I'm just having trouble understanding it from the perspective of a shift in fundamentals, because again, like you and I spoke about, and look, I know you're not writing this, Gina, so I'm not going to ask you to respond to this specifically.
That's crazy.
But help me understand how you know, if something fundamental doesn't change, if indeed this is just a 90-day pause, then why are we thinking differently about the overall economy?
Right. Yeah, I don't know, because for me, the 90-day pause it's just a pause. It means you have no visibility as to where you're ultimately going to be.
What are they yapping about? I think they're implying that Goldman Sachs doesn't have a good reason to rescind their recession call, and they're suggesting that Goldman Sachs is operating on the assumption that Trump is going to suspend these tariffs indefinitely rather than just pausing them for 90 days. I mean, I'm not going to lie, right? Like, given the fact that we still have a massive tariff placed on China, I don't really know how we couldn't see one. Like, given what's happened. I mean, even if Trump tomorrow was like, we have one big lead, China has come to me and they have apologized, never again will they treat us badly in trade, and then he undoes the tariffs on China or whatever, the hit to the global market, I feel like, I don't know. I don't know how much this can be undone.
From our model standpoint, the moving run rate of economic data at any given point is what really drives our expectations. And the moving run rate of economic data was deteriorating. I don't think that this pause really changes the run rate of economic data. And until it does, it won't change our earnings model's view, right? And I do think that until we know with certainty what is going to happen during the pause and after the pause, it's really difficult for companies to make decisions as to how they're going to, you know, move their businesses. So from an investment standpoint, I don't think this is great upside. It just maybe removes a significant degree of downside risk. To the degree that you were trying to forecast and anticipate massive changes emerging, then maybe this removes that downside risk. But that's not the way that my models work, and not the way that most economic models work either.
Do you rewrite your research for tomorrow morning? Like, how are you?
No, I mean, we're still the downside risk is the downside risk, right? I mean, we are generally held to a standard of data and model specific research, right? This is one area where I think we can do a great service to the world, is our numbers don't change because we're pontificating about what the president will or will not do. They're all data-based. So as the data moves, our models will move. And
I mean, the pontification is how you predict whether the data will move in the future, right? She seems mad that Trump made her whole field irrelevant and vibes-based. Wouldn't you be? I mean, it always has been, but he certainly is increasing the degree to which it's vibes-based.
You're selling your desk, you're selling your stocks, you're selling your bonds, you're selling your desk, you're selling your jewelry. Earlier in the week, we saw gold sell off. Gold, of course, has done very well, obviously, this year. But there comes a point where there's so much panic. And the reason people panic and sell gold is because your cell phone bill is denominated in dollars, your mortgage is denominated in dollars, your taxes are denominated in dollars. At the end of the day, when you're really panicking and you have bills to pay, you reach for those dollars. And that's what we saw last night.
Well, there's also been a fear, or at least some chatter, that maybe some of those overseas buyers maybe weren't going to be so interested in U.S. Treasuries, that there were alternatives in the global bond market.
So it was just, you just get to a point where you look at the situation the country is in, self-inflicted, and you're like, do I want to have any exposure? Is there any good reason to have exposure
are so mean.
to that right now? And so I think, as Gina was just saying, you can still look, we're getting this really big relief rally, but we have historically high tariffs on China that are gigantic. 10% tariffs on everyone else, at a minimum 90 days uncertainty of while this is negotiating. I think it's also worth noting, someone who we talked to a lot, Neil Dutta, has pointed out, there was slowing that started earlier in the year. Now the Fed is going to be iced for a while. Business activity is going to be iced. There is a lot of uncertainty that remains in this market.
Still, Goldman Sachs coming out.
Yeah, okay, that's probably enough of that. Sorry. As a member of the New York Stock Exchange, I have to keep appraised of this this information. I am really worried about the EU pulling back on the tariffs. Oh, fuck me. Navarro already has a goddamn... Is this after Trump's Truth Social post?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Charles Payne. This is Making Money. Just moments ago, President Trump announced a 90-day pause. And let's get right to it. Joining me now, Trump's top trade advisor, Peter Navarro. Peter, okay, so we've got 90-day pause. We've got the post from Truth Social behind me, essentially isolating China. The tariffs are going to go higher, but you've got a 90-day pause. We just heard from Scott Bessent. 75-plus countries are trying to negotiate. Walk us through how this decision was made.
Charles, this is one of the greatest days in American economic history we have had. I think we're going to call it the art of the reciprocal trade deal. And I'll tell you, all the nervous Nellies on Wall Street who try to undermine us consistently underestimate the power of the president to negotiate. What have we got here? We are at a place now where we have a broad-based 10% global tariff on. Well, we negotiate over the next 90 days with all of these countries who have come to us. And the mission, Charles, in these negotiations is to dramatically reduce our trade deficit, level the playing field, get rid of all the tariff differentials, get rid of all the non-tariff barriers.
Then why did you get rid of the tariffs? How can we want the tariffs are a negotiating strategy, but also the tariffs are to rebuild American manufacturing and get rid of the trade disparity. You literally can't have both.
Dow 50,000, Charles. I've said this before. It's going to hit that. We're going to have a broad-based recovery in the S&P 500.
Peter,
we're going to pass
let me
a tax cut
in for a second.
And get us.
Let me jump in for a
recession.
second because you talked about the nervous Nellies on Wall Street, and by the way, I'm in that camp as well. I wasn't nervous, but I understand, but you understand how people felt and all the anxiety and all of the negative news stories. But some are saying it's the market, particularly the bond market, that pushed the White House into this move.
Oh, no. We had a great bonds market selling today, and everything was fine with that. The yields looked beautifully. We had broad-based participation in that, and it's trust in Trump. I mean, look, this was done in a beautiful negotiation. We put out there a set of reciprocal tariffs that reflect the crushing trade deficits that we have with these countries. Yeah, I said at the beginning, no negotiation. It's not that. It's a national emergency, but
the talk here in Sweden/EU is mostly about how to retaliate. Doing it does seem like a given. I'm trying to, you have to think about this logically, right? Or you have to think about this from the perspective of other people. I'm trying to be empathetic here, okay? If you are any official in any country around the world right now, any of them, with the exception, I guess, of Russia, Belarus, maybe Serbia, I don't fucking care, okay? If you're any of them, when you're talking to other countries, you're saying, holy shit, the Americans have lost their minds. That's all you have to say. No one out there thinks this is sane. No one out there thinks this is good. So the question is, what conversation would they need to have privately amongst themselves without Americans present that would lead them to then cuck out to us? And how do we keep them from having those conversations? Like, what conversation do you need to have as, say, an EU financial minister, right? With other people in your department to come out of that going like, well, in spite of all of this, we're still going to, you know, invest in America. We're still going to build out with America. Like, I understand that part of this difficulty is the fact that corporations based in these countries still want to trade with America, right? Like, corporations are still interested in developing these relationships because corporations are national. They don't care about the health of the nation they're in. Usually they exist to its detriment, right? They're parasites. So if you're like, say, Alibaba over in China, maybe you want to find a way around this, but you can't because the Chinese Communist Party actually does work pretty hard to rein in the detrimental impulses of its corporations. But if you're in the EU, where you're only a little bit less cucked to capital than our politicians are, maybe you have European companies who are like, no. It doesn't matter that Trump is obviously a madman. It doesn't matter that he's, you know, compromising the global economic framework. Work with him. We need that threshold where no matter what Trump does, says, doesn't do, whatever else, they still pile on the hurt. Now, I think we've actually reached this point to an extent with Mexico and with Canada, because Canada, of course, as we all know, is currently embarked on the 1,000-year neoliberal Reich, an empire of bone and blood erected to inflict maximum suffering on Americanoids, which I support in full. And Scheinbaum down in Mexico has been working extensively to negotiate trade deals with China and with the European Union. But we need our European former allies to get in on this, you know? China, Canada, and Mexico are probably locked in, right? They're probably locked in on being anti-regime. We need more cooperation. It's in everyone's interest, by the way. As soon as, say, I don't know, Europe, broadly, politicians and corporations understand this, they can build more fruitful relationships with other countries. What makes Vosh think that the U.S. has not already demonstrated that it is not a reliable partner for European companies? No. I think we have demonstrated that. I just think that they're cucks. I think that Europe is a nation of cucks, rivaled only by us, the gigacucks. They need to grow a fucking spine. And their capitalists are, like all capitalists, stupid. Stupid, greedy, self-interested, a poor understanding of the broader picture, like all of them. Look at private equity. They run everything into the ground. So that's what I'm hoping for.
We will listen. And what we heard immediately was beautiful. These countries want to come to us lower not just their tariffs, but their non-tariff barriers. And as Scott Bessent said just a few moments ago, there's other things that are going to be on the table that are going to help us reduce our debt, reduce our deficits, things like LNG plants in Alaska. So we're going to see a wave of investment here. They're going to invest here. We're going to see them lowering their trade barriers. And here's the thing. There's a beautiful analogy President Trump likes to use. It's like each country, it's not going to be like a suit off the rack, right? It's not one size fits all. It's going to be every deal is going to be tailor-made, right? And we got 90 days to do this. I'm telling you, Charles, this is going to be the biggest boom. And let's not forget, this tariff strategy is embedded in this beautiful, huge other sets of strategies. The tax cut. We'll get if the Congress gets that done by August, then this idea that there'll ever be a recession is just silly. I mean, the tax cuts, broadest based, just beautiful tax cuts for the middle class. That alone will help us. And then we've got the oil prices going down. We've got the bond market behaving well now. So it's unfolded exactly the way it should. It's a beautiful thing. In my hat,
but let me just
European pharmaceutical companies are threatening to leave for the U.S. EU drug companies warn of exodus to U.S. as Trump threatens import tariffs. Von der Leyen urged to take rapid... Of course. You know why? Because these drug companies make their fucking money in the U.S. because we're the ones who pay exorbitant drug prices. In a bunch of countries in Europe, they're selling it to their national health service or whatever for $1 a pill bottle or whatever. Over here in the United States, it's exorbitantly expensive because our government is, uninterested in negotiating lower prices. So they make all their damn money over here. Basically, America is like the easiest country to rape, basically. Like the European drug companies are like, yeah, I know we keep billions of people alive or whatever, but what we're really interested in is this group of piggies has to pay 1,000 times as much for the same drugs. So we really want to keep that, we want to keep that going. You know what you have to do to shit like this? You fucking nationalize it. Fuck you. You're gonna hold our fucking continent hostage? The Europeans should say. You're gonna hold our continent hostage and threaten to flee to America because they're the easiest ones to fleece? Okay, go, take your corporation. We're keeping the facilities over here. No, you can go. No, that's fine. Go for it. We're taking the rest of it. And mass arrests. And a lot of other wacky stuff of the pharmaceutical execs, 100%. For treason.
One is off to President Trump.
Let me jump in for a second because I want to get the...
They'll never do any of that, lol. And you know what's fucked up? What I just described would have been an easy, obvious solution in every nation or every kingdom or every empire before 50 years ago. Even if you go back to immediate post-World War II, if an American company was yeah, I know we are we're an essential part of the framework of the health of this country, but we make a lot of money by doing stuff contrary to the interests of your country, so we're gonna betray you and move over, that shit would not fly. It's only in the past half century that we have been so run by global capital. God, the death of the USSR was the worst thing to ever happen to the not USSR. Forget the people in the USSR who suffered. I'm talking about us. Now that there's no competitor to global capital, they can do anything they want.
With the focus on China, now when the reciprocal barriers were put out there, a lot of people were curious, why such high numbers for Laos and these other countries? To me, it felt like you guys are forming an economic blockade around China so that they couldn't cheat on any potential deals out there. So there's no doubt you're singly focusing on China, and also the notion that somehow they've lost, right? Yesterday, South Korea.
Look at this big fucking boom day on the chart right here.
Even though on Friday we saw the South Korean minister locking arms with China and Japan, they said no, they've rejected China. Is this a wholesale rejection of the rest of the world of China in this negotiation?
Charles, what we saw from the rest of the world ex-China was a willingness, in fact, an eagerness to talk.
Previously, you've said a unipolar world is safer because it prevents proxy wars if you change your mind. Well, we don't have a unipolar world. We don't have a pole. Instead, we have like a weave of capital that has stretched across the planet and is like draining it dry. Like nations don't even have power anymore. What does a nation do? What is America doing right now? What's the line? Like 5 companies in a trench coat or whatever? Like so much of the dynamic right now between Trump and other nations with regard to national trade policy is being dictated by private corporations. It's insane. Yeah, it's like a non-polar world. There's no pole. It's just aimless nothing.
Talk to us in a recognition that they've been cheating us for years. And they're the ones who cooperate. Look, China has chosen their path. They chose not to negotiate at all with President Donald John Trump. And so
they actually did reach out to negotiate and they were rejected. Doesn't matter, obviously, but
we are in this situation. And China, we got the biggest trade deficit with them. They, of all the cheating they do the most comprehensive set. I called it the 7 deadly sins in the first term. It's up to about the 10 deadly sins now. But here's the thing. We got 90 days, and in a very methodical way, we're going to have countries come in. And the previous show where they're talking about best of this, Ludnick that, and like as if there's a rift. We are all on the same page, and it comes from the president. You've got Scotty, you've got Howard, you got Jameson Greer, you got Kevin Hassett, you got the vice president, J.D. Vance, making a beautiful contribution on this. And we're all doing our job for the president, and this is the result. I mean, the tail of the tape today tells you everything.
Peter,
that
I
all
gotta
you
admit,
nervous Nellies on Wall Street were too nervous. You got to trust in Trump.
I got to admit, though, Peter, that on Friday, I put out a post on X, and I was saying, okay, you know, the commodities markets, you need 3 things. Movement on that big, beautiful tax bill that you just talked about. We'd like to hear some deals, you know, that are coming on. And then I said, you know, more Bessent, right? Because it felt like he was more of the architect. And then, of course, the Donnybrook that you've had with Elon Musk. Is today in some way a repudiation of you? Are you taking a back seat and Bessent now in the driver's seat?
As I just said, it's the whole team. I mean, we work together beautifully. I mean, Scotty's one of my best friends. We've known each other for years now.
I'm not disputing that you're friends, but I'm just saying with respect to messaging, because yesterday or the day before, you talked about going after these deficits in a way that scared the market. Everyone says, okay, let's get a fair, level playing field, but it felt like you wanted to go further.
Well, I mean, look, no, not at all. No, look, Bannon said this once during the first term. I'm the default strategy. In a way, if they don't want to cooperate, then they get tariffs. Okay, if they cooperate, we talk to them. I mean, it's a beautiful thing. And I'm telling you, look,
I hate the news so much, man. I mean, it's Fox business. Like, you kind of know what you're getting when you go in for this. You know, we're going to be seeing this over and over, right? Like every day it's going to, we're so back, it's so over. As volatility increases, and by the way, VIX, the volatility increase, that's bullshit. VIX goes up when line goes down, not when volatility goes up. Because the stock market is largely traded on by people who have goldfish brain, in their mind, the volatility goes down even when the line goes up, even if the line going up is a sign of volatility. Like, look, I guarantee, I'm going to Google VIX right now. I guarantee you it's down. Yep. Shouldn't VIX be up because the market suddenly whipping back up indicates volatility? That's the definition of volatility. When it keeps going like this, like that. VIX just means when people are unhappy. But right now they're very happy because the line go up. But later, line will go down. And then they won't be happy. And then VIX will go up. Any commentary on the fixation they have in the word beautiful? They just say it because Trump says it.
Charles, if you went behind the scenes and actually sat in on some of these meetings, we got really smart people. Each has their own comparative advantage. We all get along. We all have great ideas.
There's no disputing that.
And the president, is the one who guides this whole thing.
And you and I have been friends for a decade, and we've had some Donnybrooks on the air over that time. But the fact of the matter is that it felt like, in many ways, you and also Letnick were mucking up the public relations aspect of this.
Come on, Charles.
All right.
Don't read everything you read. Believe everything you read in the fake news. I mean,
well, the bottom line is you've got momentum. The White House has momentum. Yeah. President Trump is looking brilliant right now. And again, I thought him starting so high with tariff levels that no one had thought was possible.
The tariffs were only in effect for 12 hours. I can't. 12 hours before they backed off.
No one game for 75 countries coming to the table. We got 90 days out there. How soon before we start to hear some of these deals? It sounds like South Korea is close. It sounds like Japan is close.
We're getting folks coming in.
This is a lie. So far, the White House has refused to actually see anyone. They've been bragging about the number of people who have reached out. It's not a big deal to reach out to the White House when you are a foreign government. It's pretty easy. It's the whole point of everything and how everything works. But the actual conversations have not begun.
In real time, we've already had people come in real time. We're working on things. So this is going to move fast and beautifully. And one thing I want to say, Charles, of all the stories that everybody reads out there about dissension in the ranks or this, that, and the other thing, have you ever read any story that wasn't based on anonymous sources?
It wasn't the stories. I saw some of the interviews, though, Peter, and it did feel like you were a little bit off. Listen, I know your role. You're the guy who's written all these books against China. You saw the threat before most people on Wall Street, but also you're not the soft guy. You're a tough dude, and you've gone in there.
NVIDIA's up 18%. How is this real? It's literally a meme stock. I made a video on this. All stocks are meme stocks. There's no difference between a stock and a cryptocurrency and a meme coin. They are all the same thing. They all respond to the exact same market fluctuations. There is no difference. Tesla is the same as Microsoft, is the same as Costco, is the same as Bitcoin, is the same as Dogecoin. They're all exactly the same thing. There is no difference.
In ways that maybe is great, maybe, but at times during the negotiating process might have thrown things off, might not have been on message. That's all I was saying. But the bottom line is this is a great moment for the country, and it's a great moment for the White House right now.
It's absolutely, and all I've ever said is this is not a negotiation.
Dividend payments are real. When did I say that it's not real? Like, yeah, people make or lose money off of all of it. Okay, you're not understanding the point. The point is that all of these are speculated on for the purpose of producing shareholder or investor value. They're responsive to hype and feelings, not a direct one-to-one on whether or not the company's doing well. You know, the market could get together and decide. They could do this. The market could get together and decide, we're going to wait for the quarterly earnings reports, and we're going to invest in companies that did poorly and pull out of companies that did well. We're going to do an opposite. We're going to do an opposite quarter. All of us in the stock market, all of us who invest, we're going to get together and we're going to decide, we're going to flip the script this time. If you've done poorly in the quarterly earnings, we will invest in you, and vice versa if you've done well. And it wouldn't really lead to much of a difference. It's the same thing. It's just hype. You would just see an opposite day in the stock market. Was there ever a point in time where the stock market wasn't based on hype or vibes? No, that's the whole point of it. That's the entire point of it. They would lose a lot of money doing that. That would increase the stock value, but it wouldn't actually make them any money. The stock value going up is them making the money because the value of the stock they hold has gone up. Then why do companies lose stock value when they miss earnings? Because they've lost aura. They didn't have the hype moment they were looking for. Who the fuck is going to buy it at that higher price? Where's the demand? Karam, what are you talking about? People don't buy shares at a higher price? Yeah, they do. They do because they think the price is going to go up in the future. Then they can sell at a higher price because they think it's a good investment. The line still goes up. Doesn't matter if the underlying company is not doing well. Has the fact that companies like Uber or whatever don't make money or OpenAI stop people from investing billions into them? No, of course not.
Negotiation. It's a national emergency.
Right.
The president will talk to anybody, and then we love what we've heard. It's all consistent.
And the news is consistent.
It is a national emergency.
It is a national emergency, and
let's not lose sight of it.
You always need new investors to cash out. Just because you say a stock is worth $1,000 doesn't mean anyone will buy it from you for that price. Karam, I don't understand what you're arguing with the market right now. What do you mean? If people buy a share, the price of the share goes up because demand goes up, so the price of the share goes up because there's fewer shares available for people to buy. I don't know what you're talking about. It's all speculation. It's all gambling. No pause on Canada tariffs? Yep. Yeah, demand goes up because you're buying a portion of a company that pays you to own it. What? We're talking about investing as a speculative vehicle. We're talking about buying shares of a company in the hopes that the share price of the company goes up so that the value of your assets increases, so you can either hold that and leverage it or sell it. In either case, the value of the shares that you hold are determined by how many people have bought that share. Well, a bunch of stuff really, but largely like hype on the share, which drives up the value of the share. None of this is determined by like the yearly profits of the company whose share price you're banting on, you know? The reason NVIDIA went up is because they outpaced expectations consistently. Karam, I think you're like fundamentally not understanding the assignment. But that's okay. You're not, it's built on pillars of salt and sand, is what I'm saying, essentially. You have to, it's all very scary. It's very scary, to be honest. But that's how a lot of econ stuff works, you know? I'm simplifying a little bit, obviously. I am ignoring dividends. But, you know, that's not most people. Most people aren't investing and selling and what have you off of, you know, dividends. They're looking to speculate on the share price and hope that it goes up in the future. Just give me the slop. Just give me the slop, man.
China responded to Trump's tariff by imposing an 84% tariff on U.S. goods. But President Trump says other countries are coming to the table. Roll it.
Right now, Japan is flying here to make a deal. South Korea is flying here.
Wait, this is from yesterday. This is from before. Tommy Lauren fires back at Jasmine Crockett's illegal immigration take. Oh my god. Dude, they're obsessed with Jasmine Crockett lately.
All right, we're going to come back and hit you with some tariff updates because news is breaking. The first one I know of is Trump has just said, effective immediately, the tariffs on China move from 104%. Larry, I think he's trying to make...
To be fair, you're right. Most of it's traded on speculation, not dividends, but companies do have a real tangible end game when it comes to buyouts and bankruptcy. sometimes, but even that's kind of fucking arbitrary, right? Like, you could create a company that essentially does nothing and makes no money, goes public off a huge opening investment because they like lie a bunch or whatever about what they do, or even just because people agree to do it. I mean, that's basically what a crypto coin is, right? A crypto coin is all the speculative investment totally detached from any promise of real world, like of any company, you know, real world performance. Didn't Kash Patel do that? Yeah, essentially. Wait, Kash Patel? Possibly? I don't remember what Kash Patel made his money off of. No, Kash Patel, like, makes children's books or something. Like a podcaster. That's Vivek? Well, Vivek did do that, for sure. Most people who make their money off the stock market are some kind of con man. Here's a video of someone doing literally that. I became the world's richest man for 7 minutes. That's good. I don't want to watch this video, but I'm happy for him.
Everything. Unlimited money. Issued 10 billion shares in that company. Send them off. Today's a big day. I'm sending off all the documents that I need to the valuation advisor. So it's got the stock transfer form from...
It's kind of crazy. I can already guess at what this video is, where he's doing all the things that you technically need to do to become that wealthy. Like the advisor evaluated the stock at like an obscenely high amount. So it's like, oh, on paper, I'm worth $50 trillion or whatever. But the only difference between this guy and Elon Musk or any other person who's wealthy off of their portfolio is the fact that people don't take this seriously. But we could take it seriously, and then that would be the difference. Like, really, genuinely. Like, so a lot of the market is people being like, well, no, but like, I don't know. Socially constructed, yeah. I guess that's the term I'm kind of fumbling for. I don't know. My brain is cooked, man. All right. 8 new updates. That's always good news. S&P 500 soars 9.5% to one of its biggest gains since World War II. Still hasn't caught up to where it was like 3 days ago, but, you know. Trump acknowledges markets were pretty glum, but says bond market now looks beautiful. Well, that's good. We're still at minus 3.6% from the 2nd of April. Yeah, but even if we go up beyond that point, it doesn't really change the fact that all of this is just predatory speculation floating on top of the real economy, and the real economy is still going to be hurt by this. How does any of this improve, like, job numbers for the average American? How does any of this, like, get lower prices or higher wages? Like, none of it. It's totally disconnected from the shit that people actually need. Oil got cheaper. I think oil prices went up a little bit as a consequence of the numbers rebounding. Hold on. Oil. Last time I heard they were at 62, but they were down to like 57 for a bit. Where are they right now? Yeah, 62, I think. 62? Yeah, crude oil is at 62 right now. But for a while, it was looking pretty dang low. 62, by the way, is still way, way, way too low. That's not, I think that's like not profitable for a lot of our extraction and refining, you know? I think that's too low. OPEC based. Please God, please Allah. Saudi Arabia, do it. Press the button. Uncork all of the wells, all right? Bring it down to $30 a barrel or something. $60 for fracking as of 2 years ago. Damn, fracking's expensive. And Trump wants to unleash American oil and push it down below a profitable threshold for the main new way we get at least natural gas? I don't know. Then there's the Iran invasion looming over our heads. That's true. But I'm ready for that one. This is pissing me off. Why are Democrats defending tariffs when public opinion is turning against tariffs so aggressively? Can I find this? 1 second. Whitmer and Gretchen Carlson. Oh, Gretchen Whitmer and Gretchen Carlson? Huh. Is this the, yeah, 3 hours ago.
Well, thanks so much for being here today. It's my honor to be up on the stage as well. We're going to tackle tariffs, and we're going to talk about...
Okay, this is a longer interview. Maybe I'll just get the quotes from the... I don't know if I want to watch a 26-minute video. Just so people in chat can be like, wow, Gretchen Whitmer sure is pretty. You motherfuckers need to jerk off before you watch stream, okay? I'm preempting. Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer delivered a speech emphasizing points of agreement with Trump on economic policy. Ugh. Consequence of listening to fucking Michigan-based consultants. Just hours before their scheduled meeting, a reflection of the high-profile Democrats' more diplomatic approach towards the president as her party ramps up its attacks on him. Framed by Whitmer as a blueprint for success, her lengthy Build America Build address called for bipartisan cooperation to boost American manufacturing. Dude, I'm like, I might be getting disillusioned with the Midwestern Democrats. It's nice that they're like militantly progressive in some avenues. You have to stop pretending you're going to bring back manufacturing. Stop. 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 Please stop doing this, man. Why are you both siding tariffs when, like, American opinion against tariffs is decreasing moment after moment? Why can't you, like, jump in on the unpopularity? Go after Trump. This is a really good time to do it. While she offered soft criticism of the president, she also underscored shared priorities. Ugh. I understand the motivation behind the tariffs, and I can tell you, here's where Trump and I do agree. We do need to make more stuff in America, said Whitmer before adding, I'm not against tariffs outright, but it's a blunt tool. Why? Why? You can't just pull out the tariff hammer to swing at every problem without a clear defined end goal. Why do you have to hedge? Why do you have to hedge? I don't know, man. It's because they can't criticize the last 3 Dem presidents for some reason. It's partly that. And it's partly because they're also just like slaves to the narrative, right? It's like how in Philadelphia, everyone has to be pro-fracking. Even Democrats have to be pro-fracking. That's why Kamala Harris said she was opposed to fracking back in the 2020 primaries. And then that was like a big weakness for her, apparently, when campaigning for the presidency. And she had to say to Pennsylvanians, no, I am not anti-fracking, because there were like 5 people in Philadelphia or Pennsylvania who work in God help me, please, God. God, spare me from this moment. Strike me with a lightning bolt so I may stop misspeaking for eternity. Pennsylvania. They should not have put Philadelphia and Pennsylvania. They're too similar. They're kind of like the same length. Word-wise. How many people work in fracking? Pennsylvania. 19,400 direct and indirect jobs. And indirect jobs. Just 0.32% of the 6 million jobs in Pennsylvania. Nothing. Fucking nothing. Nothing. Nobody. But they treat it like it's the entire economy. Fracking is a massive industry in Pennsylvania. It's like being against oil in West Texas, you just lose. It's not a massive industry. It's not a huge number of people working here. The idea that you have to bend the knee to fracking because 0.32% of the state works in that field, direct and indirect. But meanwhile, you can turn your backs on regular retail workers all the time, even though that's like millions of workers. What percent of Pennsylvania's GDP is fracking? The oil and gas industry contributed combined to 1.3% of Pennsylvania's GDP. And accounted apparently for just 0.1% of wages and benefits for workers in 2022. 0.1% of wages and benefits for workers in 2022. These aren't even good paying jobs. But to fracking, we must capitulate everything. Everything must be sacrificed on the altar of fracking. It's like coal in West Virginia. Shut up. Look, Pennsylvania is right here just below Texas, and it's still that little. It's less so raw matters, that number, but public attitude. Yeah, but the public attitude is created by corporations and backed by the politicians. That's the point. Like, again, people don't have this opinion for no reason. The public perception that fracking is vital to the economy of Pennsylvania is constructed. And Democrat politicians contribute to it by treating it like this inviolable subject. Same with coal in West Virginia, oil in Texas. So it's an extension of Democrat spinelessness to accept the narrative rather than challenging it? Yeah, 100%. Anyway, it's the exact same thing with Gretchen Whitmer and manufacturing. Exact same thing. Just let this play while I look up the numbers.
Governor's bipartisan not encouraging you to adopt that, but it's worked for me. But yeah, now I like it because it's kind of nice to have a different name.
I was envious of you because you did have a cool nickname, Big Gretch, and your book, True Gretch. So you have two of them. So in your speech, you reminded us that 20% of Michigan's economy is tied to the auto industry. And of course, you're home to the biggest international border crossing in America. Today, the hatchet came down with Trump's tariffs. And quite honestly, they're going to hit your state harder than most.
Home to over 600,000 manufacturing workers employed by more than 12,000 companies. Michigan has more manufacturing workers now than it did back in 2015. So what are we trying to, like... It seems like we've stemmed the tide. Whatever level of manufacturing we have in Michigan, it seems like it's holding more or less steady. Like we've leveled off, essentially. We're not talking about like the Rust Belt sell-off or whatever. It seems like things are more or less coming to a neutral economic equilibrium. How many manufacturing jobs do we need in Michigan? Like, what's the right number?
You mentioned that Trump's using...
Also, this audio fucking sucks. Whatever. I just can't stand the selective deference to tariffs as a legitimate economic strategy when they're almost always a bad idea, with very few exceptions. Jesus, it's cold in here. We looked at that too, horror evacui.
Our war of words is spewing over US Vice President J.D. Vance's recent comments about, quote, Chinese peasants. On Tuesday, Beijing slammed Vance for his comments that have
Are they going to show the clip?
widespread
Please show
ire
the
and
clip.
ridicule on China's internet in comparisons with Vance's own self-proclaimed hillbilly background. Our Will Ripley has the story.
Well, good morning, everybody.
The American hillbilly versus China's so-called peasants. It all started with this.
And to make it a little bit more crystal clear, we borrow money from Chinese peasants to buy the things those Chinese peasants manufacture. From Chinese...
I think we should poke the hornet's nest more if possible. I think we need to ramp that up a lot. I think we need to, like, everything we've done to Canada, like securing a victory for Mark Carney, effectively, positioning them against us, we need to, like, use that same tact and grace in how we address China, basically. Just get people really mad at us.
Vance's Chinese peasants comment reaching Beijing within hours. The government's response, swift and scathing.
It's both astonishing and lamentable to hear this vice president make such ignorant and disrespectful remarks.
On China's tightly controlled internet, government censors are allowing Vance's interview to go viral, amplifying the outrage, igniting anger
really
and
funny.
sarcasm. Have you said thank you for the money we lent you? A reference to China being the second largest foreign holder of...
Yeah, one component of Orientalism that I never get tired of is, and you see this all the time everywhere, when people say, like, Chinese media is blowing up over this image or whatever, or, like, Chinese media posted this, and then you have to remember, like, China has 1.4 billion people in it. Can you imagine if somebody shared, like, a random meme that went viral on Twitter and someone else said, like, American media made this? They have, like, 4 times as many people as us. It's just pretty stupid, I think.
U.S. government debt and that infamous Oval Office exchange with Ukraine's president.
You should be thanking the president.
One hashtag about the Chinese peasants remark shot to the top of China's Twitter-like platform Weibo with millions of views and counting. Many comments boasting of China's modern achievements. Look, this is their true face, arrogant and rude as always. We may be peasants, but we have the world's best high-speed rail, the most powerful logistics, and leading AI and drone technologies. Aren't such peasants quite impressive? Former Global Times editor Hu Xijin posted on Weibo, "This true peasant who came out of rural America seems to lack perspective. Many people are urging him to visit China and see reality with his own eyes. Many in China are interpreting Vance's comments as describing all Chinese people."
I feel like the I Show Speed live stream tour that he's been doing in China has been sort of like heralding, you know, this dynamic to an extent. Because now there's a bunch of like 10-year-olds here in America who are like, wow, China has like a lot of really cool shit in it that we don't. Like if you drive around America, it's like, look, here's the world's biggest ball of yarn or some shit. I don't know. I want China to be mad with us. We kind of deserve it. We definitely deserve it. I want them to be fired up for this because it seems like there's no way around this trade war. I don't know how Trump could back off of this at this point, because even if he got rid of the Chinese tariffs, China is going to continue to divest in this country. You know, they're not going to like hedge their bets on international trade the way they used to. Not with us.
Some even referencing Vance's memoir and movie.
How many times have you seen this?
As one social media post put it, the author of Hillbilly Elegy is calling Chinese peasants? Really?
All right, that's enough. He's so good at diplomacy. JD Vance is a movie. I'm finding that out now for the first time as well. Did they do like a movie adaptation for Hillbilly Elegy? I thought it was 125%. The tariff towards China increases every 2 hours. This video is slightly out of date. Do you think the average Chinese person is living better off than the average American? No, definitely not. I would say that they are more resistant to price shocks than we are. Their economy is more resistant to disruptions in trade because they produce more locally. And their currency is, they're capable of allowing it to be devalued a bit without as much discomfort. I don't really know. The average Chinese person in a major metro area is probably on par with an American in a major metro area. To what extent could we determine that? I guess, you know, I know you can compare GDP per capita or like the CPI or whatever, but like, what would you actually do to try to determine that? Like, how easily can a person pay for rent and food and what have you? PPP? Maybe. Keep in mind, though, there are lots of Chinese people who do not live in their, you know, fancy-pantsy economies. In 2022, the IMF judged the Chinese economy in purchasing power parity terms to be 23% larger than America. Okay, but what about, like, the per capita... This would take a while to look into. Half of China is on the level of people in Appalachia. I guess I just wonder, like, how much of it would be determined by housing prices as well. I also don't know, do they have socialized medicine in China? Probably, they don't have anything like the NHS, I imagine, but to some extent, they have probably something, I mean, better than us. Probably depends on your district. I don't know how like, federalized that system is. It's extremely cheap, from my understanding. I mean, keep in mind, like, the only reason everything in America is so expensive is because private equity has, like, sucked the life out of everything, you know? It's like, it doesn't have to be. If you got rid of that, like, administrative and speculative bloat on top of the American pharmaceutical industry, our hospitals, everything. It'd be pretty dang cheap here, too. Credit Suisse found China's median wealth outpaced Europe's in its 2021 Global Wealth Report. The average Chinese citizen has a wealth of $26,000, $26,700, around $60 more than the average European. That is exceptional. Chinese wealth has surged in the past 2 decades, with median wealth per adult growing more than 8-fold in 2 decades. Man. It's tough to tell because we don't have perfect information on what goes on in China. Like the government, it's some people say they overstate their GDP. I think GDP is fake anyway, so I'm not really engaging in that discourse. I guess I think it's more a matter of like, in a practical sense, how much can the average Chinese citizen afford in their day-to-day? Because the average Chinese citizen might have less money than the average American citizen, even after you like equalize everything out, right? But it's possible that they're able to meet their material needs way easier, right? Like if the average American, let's equalize everything. If the average American makes $60,000 a year, but then they spend like $45,000 a year rent, food, the necessities, transportation, whatever, like the basic necessities, leaving them $15,000 a year for fun, for luxury or whatever. But then every time you go out to a restaurant, because of very, very high commercial real estate prices and rent, a restaurant, like a meal for 2 is like $120. Maybe that $15,000 a year just doesn't go that far, right? Whereas over in China, maybe they make half that on average, but they relatively easily take care of their rent, of their groceries, and they can do a lot of stuff for cheap. This is one of the main reasons, by the way, why everyone wants to punch their own ticket over here in the United States. It's impossible to go outside and do anything for fun that isn't insanely expensive. Like, okay, yeah, you can go on a walk, you can go to parks, of course. These are classics, they're always good, okay? But like, I really do think fundamentally that a necessary part of the human experience, and I mean this sincerely, I'm not like overstating it, I guess. You need to be able to walk to a cafe and get a coffee and a bakery treat. And the fact that doing that in America, even at a low quality chain restaurant, is going to be like $10 is insane. Like, you need to be able to do that for much less than that, basically. Great outfit. Thank you. I appreciate that. This is also one of the reasons, by the way, why the Chinese are not as concerned about the fact that their government isn't democratic. If the median wealth per adult octupled in 20 years over here in America, like, I'll put it this way, okay? Americans threw away our democracy. 50% of Americans threw away our democracy for literally nothing, for no reason. We threw it away for the privilege of a stock market crash. In China, the government has rewarded their faith and investment with an unprecedented economic miracle, the likes of which has maybe literally never been seen in human history before. So, again, not defending the CCP and their tyrannical behavior, more saying, like, you know, people got paid out for something. And one looming debt crisis? Sure, but it's not like we don't have that, you know? It's not like we don't have a looming debt crisis as well. Like, we do have serious economic issues as well. Okay, but saying it's not like we don't do this too is shit tankies used to say about America. I'm not sure what your comparison is meant to illustrate. I'm only saying that, like, the Chinese economic miracle hasn't been built on, like, a debt crisis in a manner unique to that country. Like, lots of developed countries have serious economic issues. I think that China's major issue really is just the population curve not looking very good. Not so much like the debt, you know? Like, the debt's an issue, but, you know. Just look at how many homeless people China has and how many we have. I don't think we have good data on how many homeless people there are in China. I don't think we have good info on that. Is it really a miracle? Yeah. The Chinese economic miracle is like a commonly used term. That's not, I didn't just make that up. Like, it's what happened in China post-Deng is insane. Like, it's genuinely, like, it's so big that a lot of economic analysis actually doesn't account for China when looking at stuff like global poverty, because it's like misrepresentative of the global data, you know? It's crazy. A lot of Western economists still don't like it. They still don't like what happened because they hate the fact that China was able to grow and develop so quickly with a lot of state intervention. Like, obviously, it's a free market economy, but it's a free market economy where an authoritarian government gets to press their thumb down on corporations that act against the perceived common interest, not always the actual common interest. Yeah, why they say that China's cheating when they subsidize their businesses or whatever. Well, Europe recovered after World War II pretty well as well. Not even remotely comparable. Europe got a lot of investment from us, and they grew back very slowly compared to what China did. China, in like 30 years, went from being as poor as like a sub-Saharan African country, practically, to being a dominant global economy with a robust middle class. Like, it's genuinely crazy how quickly it happened. Yeah, it's, you know. And they're still considered a developing country? Oh yeah, they still have factories to build over in the East or whatever. No, the West, I mean, not the East. Lots more room to grow. Can the same happen for any poor as dirt country? Probably not. The moment that China exploited isn't going to happen again. Being the global, like, domestic manufacturing base. But you can still do stuff to develop now. It's just China's a very unique situation, very unique case. They're facing the middle income trap. To grow further, they'll need liberalization. I disagree. I think if I was Xi Jinping, you know, or if I had his ear, like, my line, I guess, my thought would be, you have wonderfully exploited the power of capital investment to build out your economy. You need to start, like, nationalizing, you know? Like, you need to start carefully reining in, because you're reaching a point where the average Chinese citizen has, like, a good life. You don't want to risk that on a bubble. You want to lock that in. You want to start to build out institutions that guarantee forever the sort of economic boons that you've been able to build out. Obviously, easier said than done. That could be done poorly, like, very well. Sorry, I should say that could be easily done poorly. But, you know, also having a democracy would be nice, I guess. That'd be pretty cool, I think, if they were not authoritarian, in my opinion. Life in China is probably not less stressful than life in the US. Cedar Zhao, YouTube. Really depends on who you are. It's a big country. Hold on. No, 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 no. BS, BS. Don't listen to the one who lived there. No, 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 lol. What's up? What's going on, man? What did I do to hurt you? Can't we all just get along? You didn't listen to them, obviously? Yeah, I suppose. I lived in China. Sure, in what way does that contradict what I said? So you've lived in China, that's cool. I tried to help shed some light. What does that have to do with me wanting nationalization? The average person is not okay, they cope. I'm sorry, I'm not saying the average person is okay in China. What I mean to say is they have, through private industrialization, managed to build out a sufficient base domestically, both educationally and industrially, I guess, that they can now begin to cement these gains through state guarantees. You know, like they're not in a position where like you can be like the president of Sudan and you can say, well, we will make education free and guaranteed to everyone. And then you might say, okay, but it's, you know, Sudan. That's not going to happen. Like you can say that. That doesn't mean it's going to happen, right? You haven't built the foundation. You haven't built the infrastructure. China has it. At least in most of it, so. They could do good work there. Could the Chinese oligarchs ever decide to pull a Russia and ruin the country? It depends if whoever replaces Xi Jinping eventually, right? Could happen. Capital can ruin anything. So you're suggesting state socialism? I mean, I'm a socialist. I'm not sure what you're asking. Well, sorry, got distracted here. There's too much stuff to cover for us to get distracted so easily. Also, I need to pee. We have some extremely tyrannical shit to look at. Just give me one moment. One of these days, I'm going to actually get the sleeves finished on this goddamn jacket. See how there's no buttons? I got it so long ago, and I never got the goddamn sleeves finished. I really should do that. Hair looks great today. Yeah, I think I applied the pomade a little bit better. Why so fancy? Because I'm a stock market guy. Also, this is the only nice suit jacket that I have. I have to say, and I'm sorry, the color does not work for you with your hairstyling. You look too sleazy. I think that you're wrong, but I also think that that kind of unprompted comment is very rude, especially because I dressed up nice. I'm not personally hurt because I know that you're wrong, but you are getting banned anyway. So I want to hedge. Basically, don't put in the newspapers that I was mad, but they can print your obituary. It is true that, like, it wouldn't be an oatmeal herringbone tweed jacket if I was, like, perfectly nailing the 80s stockbroker look. It would be like a shoulder-padded dark brown navy or charcoal suit with, like, a striped tie and maybe a lapel pin or something. But I don't have a navy, charcoal, or dark brown suit, do I? So, you know. Pinstripe shirt? Well, I do have that. What's the design of that pocket handkerchief? Like it's like an art. It's like a painting. Houndstooth? No, herringbone. They're pretty close though. Want to see something cool? I know you do. Department of Homeland Security announces plan to screen foreign U.S. residents' social media for anti-Semitism. USCIS will consider social media content that indicates an alien endorsing, espousing, promoting, or supporting anti-Semitic terrorism, anti-Semitic terrorist organizations, or other anti-Semitic activity as a negative factor in any USCIS discretionary analysis when adjudicating immigration benefit requests. Now that is what I like to call being really cucked to Israel, man. Jesus Christ. The Nazis are calling us Nazis again? Yerp. When they say anti-Semitic, they mean pro-Palestinian, right? Yes, that is what they mean. There is no other sensible interpretation of this. The DHS will enforce all relevant immigration laws to the maximum degree to protect the homeland from extremists and terrorist aliens, including those who support anti-Semitic terrorism, violent anti-Semitic ideologies, and anti-Semitic terror organizations, such as Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, Hezbollah, or Ansar Allah, aka the Houthis. So, yeah. Didn't name a single Nazi or no. For some reason, like, we're so concerned about combating anti-Semitism, they're not going to screen your social media for any, you know, anti-Semitism. They don't mention Nazism, for example, or white supremacy, of course. They don't talk about being a member of any anti-Semitic organizations. No. Just weirdly, all of these enemies of Israel. Under this guidance, USCIS will consider social media content that indicates an alien endorsing, espousing, promoting, negative factor in discretionary analysis. This guidance is effective immediately. Cool. You hear Miss Rachel is pro-Hamas? This is the lady who was making posts about protecting children in Palestine, right? Pro-Israel group asks DOJ to investigate Miss Rachel over posts on Gaza children. Stop anti-Semitism questions if beloved children's entertainer acted as foreign agent. Beloved children's entertainer? Maybe I don't know who Miss Rachel is. Spread propaganda. A prominent pro-Israel group that doxes people it deems anti-Semitic is calling on Pam Bondi to investigate whether Miss Rachel is operating as a foreign agent after sharing sympathetic content about children suffering in Gaza. Isn't the person who runs the Stop Anti-Semitism account like an open fascist or something? Or is there any information? I might be like mixing them up with somebody else, but I'm pretty sure they're like a unambiguously not even remotely interested in the well-being of Jewish people. They're fasci. It's kind of crazy, man. Like, the Nazis are calling us Nazis again. It's like all the Nazis got together and they were like, okay, wouldn't it be really funny if we, like, you know, created a white ethno-state, and we did so by accusing everyone who isn't on the far right of being anti-Semitic? Wouldn't that be, like, really funny? Wouldn't that be hysterical? When asked for evidence that Miss Rachel has received foreign payments rather than simply exercising free speech, Rez told the Post, "It's not a secret influencers such as Miss Rachel often have paid collaborations on social media. We could not help but notice post-October 7th Miss Rachel posting a massive barrage of anti-Israel propaganda." The group called for an investigation under the Foreign Agents Registration Act, or FARA, which requires Americans working on behalf of a foreign government or political entities to register as foreign agents with the U.S. Justice Department. Hamas, however, is designated as a terrorist organization. Invoking FARA in this case appears legally misplaced, since any support for Hamas would fall under anti-terrorism laws. Though such allegations against a children's entertainer sharing humanitarian concerns appears far-fetched. Well, you never know. Jesus, man. We're doing it now here in Germany, too? Yeah, I saw this. On the 21st of April, Germany will deport me, an EU citizen convicted of no crime, for standing with Palestine. Yeah, I know about this. How long do you think it'll be before they start going after born citizens for this? I mean, Donald Trump literally is like, I can't wait to send American criminals, U.S. citizens, to CSAT in El Salvador. It's like not... It's not even remotely so. They've openly said they're going to do it. It could be any day. Stop Anti-Semitism. Leora Rez is literally funded by the Knesset, or however that's pronounced. She's a government-sanctioned gang stalker. I choose to believe that's true. Rez was born in Kiev? Huh. According to Rez, the organization is 100% privately funded. The Milstein Family Foundation, operated by Gila and Adam Milstein, is among the funders. The MFF is an LA-based nonprofit org with the aim to strengthen the State of Israel and its ties to the United States. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Whatever. Doesn't fucking matter, man. You think they're pausing the tariffs because they want the media to focus on other things right now? I really do think the only reason the tariffs were paused was because it was too much too quickly. Like, whatever outcomes they're trying to derive from this, trying to wage a trade war against everyone at the same time just wasn't workable. It was too overwhelming. I don't know. Maybe they have reason to be more concerned about the midterms than they initially thought. Maybe there will be some semblance of a democracy that they're worried about. I don't know. I don't know. Where today ranks among best days for the S&P 500. I do think it's worth noting that all of these historically good days for the S&P 500 were in the midst of a massive market meltdown. Like, it's like these points in time, October 2008 and March 2020, do not describe economically good times. They describe massive volatility as everyone tries to capitalize on market instability. Do they not want the tariffs to distract from some other stunt they might be pulling soon? I mean, honest to God, what is there to distract from right now? They are currently, right now, sending people to a foreign concentration camp with no legal oversight or due process. They are currently, right now, building up for war with Iran. And, you know, we have 125% tariffs on China, heavy reciprocal ones. I guess, like, what is the... I don't know. It seems like they're just doing whatever they want with no pushback, right? Trump is surprised when a reporter tells him the EU today announced tariff increases on the US. Did no one tell him?
Increases in the EU also announced increases in tariffs today. Why not treat
bad timing for them? That's bad timing.
Why not?
They didn't put them in. No, they threatened them, but they picked a later date, which our expectation is it's going to be later still.
Okay, good. I'm glad that they held back.
Wait, did he actually not know? Wait, that seemed like it was genuine. He was like, wait, did they really? That's a bad time for... How is it a bad time for them? He put them in. Also, can I get this video feed, please? I don't see it on the White House live stream. I don't see it current. I want to see him in the Oval Office. Yeah, I don't see where... Hold on. Trump, Oval Office, past 24 hours. Here we go. CNBC has it. Why doesn't Fox have it?
Because we're going to be spending a lot of money on shipbuilding. We're way beyond.
Bad audio. Okay, Forbes has it.
You know, when you hear 100, a lot of...
Exactly what came into...
...and so many...
that we believe...
...have heard of... Go ahead.
Yes, sir. So the Senate confirmed Governor Huckabee to be your next ambassador to Israel earlier today.
Great.
That's his commission as ambassador. And then we also have a transmittal letter to the president of Israel requesting that he accept Ambassador Huckabee's credentials.
He's going to be fantastic. He's going to bring home the bacon.
And
even though bacon isn't too big in Israel.
I was going to say.
That's just the third letter.
I had to clear that up.
Still got it.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations to Mike
Huckabee. Next, sir, this is a big one. As you've consistently identified, restoring our maritime dominance as a nation is very important, from shipbuilding to...
Okay, I want to get to the media questions, not to the EOs.
During my first term, rebuilt it entirely, beautiful. And then some was given away to Afghanistan so stupidly, the most embarrassing day in the history of our country, I think. But it's still, we have to fix it up a little bit, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to do a good job of it, too. Thank you.
Next up, sir, we have a series of executive orders and a memorandum all relating to deregulation, which has obviously been a major priority of your administration.
That EO you just skipped was him removing levies on ship pollution. I'm surprised he hadn't done it already.
The first of these is an executive order. The Biden administration launched what you've called a war on showers. They had certain regulations that basically killed the water pressure of showers and other water appliances.
You can say it. Go ahead. What are the appliances?
I mean, it's everything, sir.
Sinks and toilets.
Dishwashers, toilets, sinks. But the shower heads are a huge
There's no
deal.
water. You don't get water. It's ridiculous.
So with this executive order, we're effectively going to be reversing that set of regulations to ensure that Americans have choice in the consumer market. If they want a low-flow shower head, they can buy one. If they want a real deal shower head, they should have the ability to get one.
If you buy a new house, you pay a lot of money, and the developers, you're not allowed to do anything more. They put restrictors on. They used to have a restrictor where you could take it out, but now they weld it in. And you take a shower or wash your hands, whatever you do, including dishwashers where no water comes out. But you wash your hands, and in my case, I like to take a nice shower to take care of my beautiful hair. I have to stand under the shower for 15 minutes till it gets wet. It comes out drip, drip, drip. It's ridiculous. And what you do is you end up washing your hands 5 times longer. So it's the same water. And we're going to open it up so that people can live, and we're going to hopefully have Congress approve it.
This is so relatable. Yeah, I'm here for this.
We're going to try and get all of these things, including straws, a little thing like straws. We did straws a month ago, where the paper straws were melting. They were dissolving. They weren't working well. And we went back to the plastic straws. We're going to get Congress to memorialize just about everything we've done here, because most of it's common sense. But the water is horrible. When you go into anytime you see a new faucet, you know it's going to be a long wash of the hands. And so we're changing. It's a big deal. I did it in the first administration. Biden came in his first week, and he had no idea what he was doing, but somebody told him to do it. In his first week, he put the restrictions on all the bathroom utilities, even in areas that have so much water they don't know what to do with it. You see those areas all the time with the flooding. So we're doing that, and we're going to get all of the things that you've seen. I think we set a record. We're up to almost 200 and 500 amendments. Nobody's ever done that many. We're going to get them approved by Congress so they're memorialized. And we look forward to doing that. Very important. And Congress is going to start working on it as soon as we get the big, beautiful deal done. The big, beautiful deal is important. The biggest tax cuts in the history of our country, that's important.
I'm with them on this one. Sorry, guys. I fucking hate low-pressure shower heads. I'm not here for that shit.
Okay, is that okay? Good.
And it's true. You spend more time washing your hands than washing your hair.
That was a 10. That's why.
This is another executive order relating to deregulation, sir. There are a lot of regulations on the books that either promote monopoly directly or prevent new market entrants from entering into a given market. The net effect of that is very negative for consumers. So what this executive order is going to do is direct your departments and agencies to work with the FTC, with the Attorney General, with the Department of Justice, to ensure that the regulations we have on the books don't function as anti-competitive barriers to new market entrants.
Yeah, okay. Get to the goddamn...
All of that is going to hopefully basis all of the regulations they actually have on the books. And so, thank you, sir. That he participated in while he was still head of CISA.
This is another one. I don't know that I met him. I'm sure I met him, but I didn't know him. And he came out right after the election, which was a rigged election, badly rigged election.
Yeah.
That hopefully gets Americans to remember that when crimes occur, there are real victims, there are real people who are affected, and there are people of your administration to track down and at times deport criminals who have committed violence on our streets, who have victimized so many people. This is an annual proclamation that hopefully gets Americans to remember that when crimes occur, there are real victims, there are real people who are affected, and there are people who suffer as a result.
Okay, it's very important. Thank you. I just want to add, so we're working very hard with Democrats, the governor, with Matt Hall, with a lot of transportation, Sean, and all of the people trying to keep Selfridge Air Force Base open, strong, thriving. And I think we're going to be successful, Governor. I think we'll be very successful at that. We've gotten some good feedback from Pete Hegseth and Department of Defense. And they're talking about F-16s, they're talking about F-35s, you know, et cetera. It's a great piece of property, it's a great location, and it's a great state. So
Asian carp, you know, for years,
what the
when
hell?
Obama was there, we could never get anyone to do anything about this this invasive species that's going to destroy our Great Lakes. You know how important recreational fishing and so much of that is to our state. Because of your work, we're hopeful that we'll get a solution there and we'll get that barrier built so we can protect our Great Lakes. So thank you, Mr. President.
And they're very powerful fish. I mean, I see them, they jump out of the water, they jump at the fishermen. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. And has this gotten into any of the other lakes yet? Because you would think it would be pretty easy because they're a pretty gruesome method, but it's a method. And John James called me, and we spoke with your office. What happened with China? So
Mr. President,
no, it's on the table very much. I think China's going to want to do it, actually.
Mr. President, can you explain more of what you believe is the end game with China? Are you waiting for President Xi to blink? How do you think this is all going to be resolved?
Look, for years we've been ripped off and taken advantage of by China and others, in all fairness. But by China, that's the big one. And it's just one of those things. You know, we're making $2 billion a day right now, this country.
I've heard
$2 billion a day with tariffs. And they were making $2 billion a day. We'll be making more.
It's just one of those things. What do we? I know that we're in like a superposition between it's a negotiation tactic and it's our desired end goal. But like, are we no longer even going to pretend that there's any point at all? What's happening, man?
Now, when you see what happened today, I don't know if it's still there. You know, I looked an hour ago, but we were up like close to 3,000 points. Nobody's ever seen a day like that. I think that's a record, isn't it, fellas?
Definitely.
Is that a record? Who would have thought we were going to have a record like that after watching? But because the geniuses of the world, they get it. Our country is very strong. We were left a very, very weakened country, both economically, financially, because of all of the tariffs and all of the other companies just raiding us and ripping us off. And also at the border where 21 million people were allowed to come in. Many of those people were criminals. And but the people that do this for a living, some of them are very smart and some of them aren't smart.
I think one of the things that lefties tend to struggle with is that they'll hear rhetoric like this being repeated by like ordinary folk, ordinary Republicans, and their takeaway from that will be, if we could only take their resentment of foreign capital and make it ubiquitous. It's all capital that pillages our country, not just foreign capital. But what they don't realize is that to the fascist, the problem with the foreign capital is the foreign, not the capital. They're misunderstanding what issue they're taking umbrage with. It's the foreign, not the capital. They're fine with the capital pillaging. It just has to be domestic. You run into it over and over and over again. I'm happy that we are past that part of the discourse where lefties are trying to do this like, well, Trump supporters are economically alienated and they're really looking for socialism or whatever. It seems like we're mostly past that now, partly because that discourse was being advanced in part by disingenuous people who have now been made politically irrelevant by the fact that Trump openly supports Russia, and partly by the fact that it's really obvious now that you can't be a Trump supporter without being at least kind of anti-life, you know? Like, It's been too long. It's not 2016 anymore. Like, you can't, nobody is supporting Trump because they're just misguided pro-worker people or whatever. That shit, we're done with that misconception, you know?
Aren't at all. But these
You're literally describing Cenk's Twitter feed? Yeah, but Cenk was paid off. His positions are insincere. Or if they're not insincere, it's the gas leak. I don't really care which.
guys are very smart, and my group is very smart. My whole group is smart. And you've done so amazing on the border. I read the other day that there were 9 people and hundreds of thousands 2 years ago with Biden, and we had 9. We had it down to 9, and they were all let in for medical reasons. They were in bad shape. We let them in for medical reasons, not even for anything else. So you've been amazing. But that's a big thing. I think it's one of the greatest problems that I've never seen anything like it. Open borders. The whole world was emptied out. Prisons from all over the world, from the Congo, in Africa, from Africa to Asia, a lot in South America, but it wasn't just South America. Prisons emptied out. And I said it outside with the drivers before, but El Salvador has been amazing, a job that the president's done. He's coming to see me next.
Remember how before they negotiated the opening of CSOT and its use for American prisoners, Bukele was one of the people he accused of sending a bunch of prisoners up to us? Remember that? It was only like 3 months ago that he said, you know, in El Salvador, they've done it too. They've sent all these, you know, they've worked with the gangs. They've sent these gang members up. He's gotten rid of the gang members by sending them up. All that.
Next week, and we look forward to that. But that's really been amazing. Yes,
Mr. President.
God, I hate today's stream. Lol, it just leaves me feeling cantankerous. No, I feel the same way. I think that like we're being denied narrative satisfaction because we want, and we should get, by the way, like spiritually, we should receive several things. For one, comeuppance. And for two, when reality runs up against these people and their talking points, they should bluster. But it just doesn't happen. And you know what? I don't think it ever will. Like, the collapse of America isn't going to be a one-day thing. We're talking about like we're being bled dry. It might go on over years, you know? Maybe things collapse so badly that it's briefly cathartic or spectacular, but for the most part, it's just suffering. You know?
EU also announced increases in tariffs today. Why not treat...
Bad timing for them. That's bad timing.
Why not treat
They didn't put them in. No, they threatened them, but they picked a later date, which our expectation is it's going to be later still.
Okay.
He actually didn't know. That's really funny. This happened like half a day ago. And it was known to be written in for more than a day. Man. There is no one in charge.
I'm glad that they held back.
You said you were watching the market.
If this was the strategy all along to bring them to the table, why did you instruct or advise, or maybe they did it on their own, some of your top aides to say this is not a negotiation, to hold the line, that they were going to hold the line, that you were not going to change your mind?
A lot of times it's not a negotiation until it is, and that happens. And, you know, I said outside that you have to have flexibility to do it right, and that's what we have. We brought everybody to the table. And it may not be a negotiation. It may not last. I mean, you know, things may be asked that I think are not fair to us. Look, we've been ripped off by essentially everybody for 35 years. This is not just a new thing. And Roger Penske just left. He's a great gentleman, great man, actually. And he said no other president would have had the guts to do this. And I believe that's right. They wouldn't have done it. They should have done this a long time ago. A long time ago they should have done it. I started it with China. I took in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs and taxes from China in my first term. And we had the greatest economy. We were up 88% on the stock market. That was the greatest ever in the history of our country. But it had to be done. It's something that had to be done.
Mr. President,
Mr. President, thank you so much. Which countries will be negotiating first? Do you have any criteria? Because, for example, Brazil and the UK, they do not have deficits with the US. They have a surplus. They do not have a surplus. They have deficits with the US. So what is the criteria? And also, would you consider talking or meeting with Xi Jinping?
Oh, sure, I would. He's a friend of mine. I like him. President Xi, I like him. I respect him. But they haven't treated our country right. Sure, I'd meet with him. On the other countries, we have Japan is here, and South Korea is here, and others are here, and we're trying to see them. It's, from what I hear, it's much more than 75. I said 75 plus.
So many.
It's everybody wants to make a deal, actually, and you know we want to do what's right for our country. We also want to do what's right for the world. The world is important. I mean, you know, it's the world, right? And I think we're going to make a lot of people very happy. And I think investing in the United States of America will be the greatest investment that anybody's ever made.
I thought we wanted to build domestic manufacturing and excise foreign capital.
Do you still expect to see the sectoral tariffs, so the pharmaceuticals, steel? Is that something you're still considering moving forward?
Yeah,
with?
well, I will be, because we want them coming back. You know, we realized during COVID that we don't make our drugs and our pharmaceuticals in this country. So I realized that, and it was a big realization. We had to go to China to get drugs. We had to go to other places. I won't even mention the names, but we had to go to other places. We don't make it, and that's because we let them leave. And now if they want to come back, we're going to put tariffs on the pharmaceutical companies, and they're going to all want to come back. They're going to come back. I'm not going to pay them any money like Biden with the chip deal. That chip deal was horrible. They give billions and billions of dollars to chip companies. All they have is money. They have so much money. And they give billions of dollars, and they're just going to keep the money. They're not going to spend it. And the only thing that's going to bring them back is you say, we have a barrier. You have to pay 50% or 100% or 200%. And if they have to pay that, they're going to say, we're not going to pay that. We're going to build here. And that's what happened. We're the biggest, most prestigious chip company in the world, spending $200 to $300 billion. Think of that, $1 billion to build essentially one massive plant. It'll be.
There's no way they didn't hear about the EU. His staff 100% kept it from him. I think that's actually the most likely possibility. Again, Trump doesn't have a smartphone that he checks. That's not, he doesn't. He gets his information from TV or from his advisors. When my guess is that late last night or early this morning, they were like, we're actually all gonna die. And someone has to go up to Trump and put their foot down, you know? And then they were like, well, how do we frame this, right? How do we sell this to Trump? How do we make Trump willing to rescind the tariffs on the whole world, except for the 10% and for China? And then, oh, well, we could say no one's retaliated. Everyone bent the knee. Everyone wants to come negotiate with us. Everyone wants to come and talk to us. And nobody reciprocated. And then somebody said, but the EU has. They did. It just happened. What do we do? And the answer to that was, don't tell them. I honestly think that might be the most likely explanation. I'm not trying to be sensationalist. I really, is it not Mad King theory? Is that not exactly what you would do with a Mad King?
One of the largest plants in
And yeah, the main thing that tells me that is the fact that they all downplayed it when the journalist brought it up. Remember? Yeah, you're completely correct. Yeah, why Lutnick lied about them being postponed. Oh, yeah, well, they talked about it, but they didn't implement it, and I don't think they're even going to go through with it or something. Like, as though there was a pre-existing expectation, you know? As though we had told him something contrary before. Damn, that makes a lot of sense. That has to be what happened. It makes more sense than any other explanation.
World, and we're going to get them very quickly. We're going to get them energy. We're going to get them the electricity they need and the energy that they need. And it'll be approved by Lee Zeldin, a total professional. and it'll be approved very quickly, and they'll get their zoning very quickly. They'll have everything done in a matter of months.
Thank you, sir. You've procured a record amount of private sector investments since your election, $7 trillion. You talked about the importance of all that. Can you talk about how these investments will have a positive impact on families who felt like the previous economy left them behind, and why your executive orders on coal yesterday is so important given the amount of manufacturing that you're ushering back in?
Good, thank you. And which is correct. We have, I would say, more than $7 trillion now, right, of investment coming in. Apple is coming in for $500 billion alone. We have other companies coming in with massive numbers. We have car companies that are coming in. No, we've never seen anything like it. Maybe in the 1940s or 50s or something.
I have counted to 1,000 before. I did it when I was in first grade. I counted to 1,000, and I didn't cheat. No, I'm just saying, you know, I've been turning heads since pretty much day one.
But we've never seen anything like it. They had 3 plants canceled in Mexico. Not that we want to hurt Mexico, but we're for us, and that's what my job is. It's not to take care of other countries, but I want to help other countries. So we have many companies coming in that would have never come in if we didn't win the election and then put the tariffs on. And they're coming in because when they build in the United States, there are no tariffs. You don't have to pay any tariffs. So instead of paying 30, 40, 50% or 25%, but it could go a lot higher in some of the industries. So we have steel mills right now that are raging. The steel industry was gone. If I didn't put the tariffs on steel, because China was dumping massive amounts of steel in my first term, and I put tariffs on it. I saved the steel industry, but now it's going to thrive, maybe like never before. I mean,
is he pro-tariff or not? I'm just going to put this image up on screen, where it's going to be this, literally for the rest of your lives. Nothing, and no matter what happens to America, there will be millions of people who will do this to everything. They'll rewrite past events and invent future ones. They will live in a different world, and they will try to drag you into it. And it will always look like this.
Back to U.S. Steel from 90 years ago was incredible. It was the #1 company in the world for a long time. That's why we don't want to see it go to Japan. And we love Japan, but U.S. Steel was a very special company. We don't want it to go to Japan or any other place. So we're working with them, and I don't know if they need any.
So yeah, do we want tariffs or not? Well, again, like even now, it's like, well, you had the tariffs on Japan, and now you've rescinded the tariffs on Japan, but the tariffs were allegedly in place to encourage domestic manufacturing, but now you've removed the tariffs, so there's no incentive to if you remove the tariffs, then there's no incentive for the domestic manufacturing.
Money now, I'll be honest with you, they hit gold. They hit gold because if you look at it, they have such orders for steel now. It's incredible. What's going on in our country is incredible with respect to plants. So we lost 90,000 plants and factories from the beginning of NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made in the history of this world, but certainly in the history of trade. There's never been a worse trade deal. We were able to cancel that. We had to get approval from Congress. It was like a disastrous curse because you had to go to Congress to get it terminated. You couldn't just terminate it because it was a bad deal. And you had people in Congress that didn't want to do it because they had other reasons, maybe bad reasons. They're mostly not there anymore, those people. But it's amazing what's happened. I appreciate that question because it's incredible. I don't think we've ever seen anything like it. $7 trillion, and it's much more than that because, these are places that we know. $7 trillion is unheard of.
Yeah.
I never looked at the Biden numbers, but you could go a whole year and it was peanuts. Everybody was leaving. They weren't coming in, they were leaving. And that means jobs are leaving.
Again, to be clear, so first of all, obviously he's lying. But second of all, when foreign companies and foreign countries invest in the United States, that's their money, their factories. Even if they're built in the United States, it's foreign capital. They own the production. It's theirs. So all of this rhetoric about bringing back domestic manufacturing, I apologize, but my impression was that when they said bringing back domestic manufacturing, they meant like American steel mills, not Chinese-owned steel mills in America. I guess whatever's more convenient at the moment. Fuck, at least like Foxconn owns its own factories in China. It's not like Apple owns the factories in China. They contract to Foxconn, you know?
And so we're not playing games. We're going to make this country greater than ever before. Thank you for that question.
Mr. President, it seems that China's made some...
Let her just do that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
We'll get you.
Thanks. For the past few days, we've heard from this
What's Foxconn? Big Chinese company. What about the Foxconn plant in Wisconsin? We are very okay with letting foreign capital invest in us, and I think there's good and bad to that. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I'm not a big fan of capital in general. I think that foreign capital often has a bit more of a pernicious element to it because foreign capital is usually a little more detached from the general well-being of the company. Like, imagine the fucking British Petroleum operating in like the 1920s in the Middle East, you know? How much do you think they care about the health and wealth of the people there, right? The problem though is that like domestic capital also doesn't give a shit. Like, it's not like Walmart is opening up new stores and, you know, distribution centers and they're like, yeah, you know, we're really doing this to improve the to improve the lives of the people who live here. So it doesn't really matter, I guess. Like, everyone's evil. I don't know. China tries to wrangle in their corpos, but whatever.
No pause. Was this idea of doing a pause, did that just come about this morning? Can you tell us exactly what came into consideration for you and your advisors?
For a period of time, I wouldn't say this morning. Over the last few days, I've been thinking about it. I've been dealing with Scott, with Howard, with some other people that are very professional. And I think it probably came together early this morning, fairly early this morning. Just wrote it up. We didn't have the use of... we didn't have access to lawyers, or we just wrote it up from our hearts, right? It was written from the heart, and I think it was well written too. But it was written from the heart. It was written as something that I think was very positive for the world and for us. And we don't want to hurt countries that don't need to be hurt, and they all want to negotiate. The only problem is, you know, you can only do so many at one time. It's like, we want to do it right. We want to get it right. We want to take care of them, but we have to take care of our country. So, but this was something certainly we've been talking about for a period of time, and we decided to pull the trigger, and we did it today, and we're happy about it. I didn't know it would have that kind of an impact, but it's, you know, I think they have the biggest increase in the history of the stock market. That's pretty good. That's pretty. You're almost, you know, if you keep going, you're going to be back to where it was 4 weeks ago. But it was a sick market 4 weeks ago.
Wait, you can't say that. You can't. What a great day of the stock market. If they hopefully keeps it up to undo all the damage. Well, you can't admit that. Again, I know I just showed it, but please keep in mind that the biggest positive stock market days have been during economic crises because the market desperately tries to buy a dip because they think the dip is too early. Like literally 2008, 2020, and then the Reagan 87 crash. It's indicator down. Oh, never mind, we're so back. We're not back at all. Like that's the fact that it's getting posted alongside these 5 other. It's gonna keep happening. This is not the only day we're gonna see the whiplash. You know, it's so over, we're so back. It's gonna keep happening. So be ready for that. It's gonna keep happening.
You know, because this trade was sick, it was only a question of time. I don't blame the tariffs. I think the tariffs just sort of magnified what was happening. It was sick. Biden allowed these people to get away with murder. Biden allowed China to just take advantage of us. We had like $1 trillion deficit with China, $1 trillion deficit. So that was going to only be a matter of time. I think the tariffs brought it out faster and they magnified the problem. But I think this was a problem that existed far beyond tariffs. This was a systemic problem. And
that might be one of the biggest indictments the financial system have ever seen. But keep in mind, the only time we've gotten real pushback on the market was through FDR. FDR and his Democrats were the only motherfuckers who came to power after a big, obviously irrational market crisis, and they were like, we're gonna put some rules on this shit, okay? We're gonna rein it the fuck in. We're going to bring that. We're going to make subservient the capital class to our political will, and then we enjoy the greatest period of prosperity, arguably ever in all of human history. The boom of relative productivity and the skyrocketing quality of life that we got post FDR, post World War II, was its own miracle, and then we traded it away. We got rid of it. Yeah, we went from nothing to a superpower with an exceptionally high quality of life.
We're going to cure that problem, and maybe to a large extent we have, because we've revealed it, and we've revealed it very strongly. Yes, sir, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. So it seems China's made some serious missteps here in these negotiations, and Secretary Bessent said earlier you may have goaded them into a tough position here. I'm wondering,
why the fuck do these dick suck fake journalists sound so goddamn young? Why do they all? It's like a 20-year-old dude, like finish college, put some fucking acne cream on or something. What do you? Mr. Trump, your masterful strategy, tariffs, China, Xi Jinping really got BTFO'd. Do you want to comment on that? Yeah, they're like groypers or something. It's crazy.
are you in a way putting together a coalition against China in terms of trade here?
No. Well, China, look, they're very capable. And I don't blame China for what happened. I blame the people sitting right at this desk, right behind this desk, or another desk. You get your choice of 7. I happen to pick the Resolute. But I blame the people sitting behind in this chair, or behind this desk, for being stupid, incompetent, or not having courage. This should have been done years ago. This should have been done before Obama, in all fairness. Not only Biden, Obama.
But also FDR killed the development of socialism. I'm not endorsing FDR. FDR was still a capitalist. What I'm saying is that we obviously got significant improvements in our society from reining in capital. The only thing capitalists want to do is exploit people and gamble. That's literally all they want to do. They're fucking degenerates. That's the only shit they care about. Literally. You leave the capital class to their devices, they will find ways to cut wages, and they will gamble and speculate. That is all they fucking care about. That is the only shit they do. You have to rein them the fuck in. And I think the capital class shouldn't exist because I'm a socialist, but if you have a capital class, it is obvious that reining them in benefits society. Look at China. Massive increase in the standard of living, born in large part out of the Chinese Communist Party's willingness to crack down on their capital class when their instincts lead them against the national interest. Whip them into shape. If we're gonna have a capital class, and we really shouldn't, you got to do something to reel them the fuck in. Otherwise, this is going to keep happening. They are so unreeled right now. They are so unreeled right now. It is insane.
Should have been done many years ago. This started with the World Trade Organization, which was owned by China. It was owned and paid for by China. They didn't even have to do things. They considered them a nation that was undeveloped, They said they were a developing nation. Well, we're a developing nation too, if you think about it. Look at our inner cities. Look at what's happened.
That's sure, that's true, man.
Starting from ground zero.
I mean, when I think of America being a developing nation, I think of like the rural America, not inner city blacks, because that's what he's saying. But you know, that's okay. Damn, he really did just say like America's still developing. We got like Africans in our cities. Okay, all right, well. Whatever. Nothing matters anyway, I guess.
There, right? So we're a developing nation too. No, I don't. I know it's a lot of people take heat for.
Yeah, this is what I mean when I say that racists should just say the N-word to make it clearer. You know, the dog whistling shit is exhausting, even when it's that obvious. Like they should, like literally, why even have a debate over it?
But I blame the people sitting at this desk more than I blame China. If China can get away with what they got away with taking hundreds of billions and trillions of dollars right out of our pocket because our people here were stupid, they were stupid people. Maybe corrupt, I don't know. I don't know how you could be that stupid. How do you get to be president and you're stupid? But they certainly weren't courageous, and they allowed this to happen. And with Japan and with many other countries that took advantage of us. I mean, we had deficits with almost every country. I used to read these things. First term, I'd read them. I'd actually read the agreements. I'd say, how could anybody agree to this stuff? So certainly they were rough, and they were tough, and they were smart. And you can blame them, but I really blame the people that allowed them to do it. Because you know, if you could read first grade and you could read these agreements, you'd say, these are terrible deals. I actually used to say, who would allow deals like this to be made for our country? And maybe it's people that didn't care. Maybe it's people that weren't courageous. Maybe it's people that were corrupt. I don't know. But I blame those people more than I blame anybody else.
Mr. President, you've been very specific in saying that you would like the EU to purchase U.S. energy. Is there something...
The United States now officially elevates El Salvador above France in terms of foreign safety? Exercise normal precautions in El Salvador, the State Department said in its updated travel advisory. Okay. The upgrade to level 1 puts El Salvador ahead of some more traditional travel destinations for Americans like France, the UK, and Italy. They're all at level 2, a recommendation to exercise increased caution because of threats from terrorists. We should put Russia up in number 1, too. Why not?
Specific that you would like China to do?
Well, you'll be hearing about that. Yeah, there are a lot of things I'd like.
Really? Oh, because I would love, because he hasn't actually explained what he wants from China. He hasn't actually explained it.
China to do. Are there some examples? There are a lot of things that I want China to do, and I'll be telling China what that is. Not you, but I'll be telling China.
Mr. President, on Iran, you said the other day that if they do not agree to a potential nuclear deal, that it would be very dangerous for them. What specifically?
Well, they can't have a nuclear weapon.
Did you mean military action, though, if they don't agree?
Oh, if necessary? Absolutely.
Me Googling what are bone spurs and how do you fake them? Oh, we're gonna die. Oh, man. That's crazy.
Yeah.
And do you have a
deadline for these talks?
I do.
And
You're talking about with Iran?
Yes.
Yeah, I do.
Do you want something definitive this weekend, or do you see this as the start of a process?
It's a start.
Do you have a timeline?
We have a little time, but we don't have much time.
Who is starting the
Because we're not going to let them have a nuclear weapon. Can't let them have a
to be
nuclear
there,
weapon.
Mr. President?
And we're going to let them thrive. I want them to thrive. I want Iran to be great. The only thing they can't have is a nuclear weapon. They understand that. You know, the people are so incredible in Iran, and they're so smart. They're very smart people. And But, you know, they're in a rough situation, rough regime. But they understand.
It's kind of fucked that the president can dictate trade deals. Not to, like, belabor the point, I guess, but just keep in mind that a lot of what he's been doing with regard to foreign deals and trade and budgetary spending has been either dubiously legal or outright illegal. Like, the whole unitary executive theory has been building up, or that thing has been building up for a while. Keep in mind it still takes Congress to declare war. Like, an act of war has to be approved by Congress via a declaration. But it also, like, doesn't matter because everything we do is now a special military operation. It's all, like, police actions or whatever. Even as we, like, you know, move troops outside of Iran, we bring entire carrier groups to shell the Houthis, which is unambiguously an act of war. You know, none of it matters because we've been, like, bit by bit over decades, we've ceded so much power to the president. Yeah, the crazy thing is, if a declaration of war against Iran does go through Congress, it'll probably pass with, like, bipartisan support. Because the Democrats will be like, well, yeah, of course Iran's bad and we have to protect Israel.
And the leaders understand. And I'm not asking for much. I don't, they can't have a nuclear weapon, and I've said that. And I was a little bit surprised because when the election was rigged, I figured they'd get the weapon because with me they were broke. They were broke. They had no money because of the sanctions. Nobody could buy oil. We did that to Venezuela just recently, and we'll do it to other countries if we have to. I want to see Russia and Ukraine make a deal. They got to make a deal. When schools get blown up and bad things happen, like I'm hearing about, it's no good. I hope we're going to make a deal with Russia and Ukraine, but with Iran. Yeah, if it requires military, we're going to have military. Israel will.
Iran better have some kind of WMD or they're in for a world of trouble. There's a non-zero chance that Iran has had a nuclear weapon for some time, either from their own development or because they were given it by terrorists, by Russia. A lot could have happened there. They've been quiet about 99% chance that's not the case. Small percent chance it is the case, and the reason they've kept quiet about it is because they knew that doing so would attract a lot of negative attention. Could they actually keep it secret? They could. No. Iran has... They are very familiar with the level of surveillance that they are scrutinized with. I think they could have kept that secret if they really wanted to. The main issue is the delivery system. Yes, but the delivery system doesn't really matter when Israel is a close target, right? Like, Iran does not have ICBM capabilities. They don't have the launch pads. They don't have the money. They can't build that shit out in the open. They can't build those, like, ICBM nuclear silos because those are like $1 bajillion each. But Israel's pretty close. So, you know. I don't know, man. If we actually do declare war on Israel... Wait, not on Israel, I'm sorry. Even saying that out loud has, like, marked me automatically to the State Department via, like, 17 keyword censors they have on YouTube. If we did declare war on Iran, that would go really badly for us, man. Like, we have stealth bombers parked in the region. Okay, so you run a stealth bomber, you drop some bombs. What have you accomplished? Do you have any idea how expensive it is to run those? Do you have any idea? You've got like a B-2 fleet or whatever. Okay, $50 billion every run you want to do. Laughs in Raytheon stock ownership. Yeah, but we can't even replace a lot of that. Not fast enough. Do you think that matters to Trump Lamau? I mean, it would matter if we started losing. It would be more akin to Vietnam than Iraq. And they would only have to, like, get tiny gains. to win out economically. I don't know.
Obviously be very much involved in that. He'll be the leader of that. But nobody leads us. We do what we want to do.
When would the clock run out on the talks? Before you might, when would the talks need to conclude before you might do military?
I can't really be specific, but you know, when you start talks, you know if they're going along well or not. And I would say the conclusion would be when I think they're not going along well. So that's just a feeling.
Mr. President, on the subject of U.S. troops stationed in Europe, do you have any plans to reduce the number of U.S. troops in Europe or in other NATO countries?
Well, good. I mean, it depends. We pay for military over in Europe. You know, we don't get reimbursed by much. South Korea too. So it'll be one of the things we discuss. That's unrelated to trade, but I think we'll make it part of it because it makes sense. Be nice to wrap it all up in one package for each country. You know, it's nice and clean, and we have plenty of law firms. These are great law firms that we signed with, the best. And I think part of the way I'll spend some of the money that we're getting from the law firms, you know, in terms of their legal time, will be, if we can do it, I think we can do it, using these great law firms to represent us with regard to the many, many countries that we'll be dealing with. We'll have good lawyers representing us, but we want to have good lawyers, and these are the best, considered the best lawyers in the world, right? I mean, considered the best in the world. I don't know. They just went off a little bit.
Mr. President, two questions. On Iran, do you have any
I don't know what any of that was about. I'm sorry.
Or conducting these conversations? We Witkoff be there on Saturday for these direct talks. And on China, some economists are saying that right now is technically embargo on China with 125% tariffs. Are you concerned of...
Where would we even invade Iran from? It's a pretty good question. I mean, hold on. Two bombers outside Iran. Where do we have those parked? Do we have those parked on an island? A base in the Indian Ocean, yeah. Did I say Iraq? Iran. I don't care. You know what I mean. Fuck you. Not so stealth now, are we, B-2 Spirit Bombers? I can see you just fine. Doesn't Trump think that stealth bombers are invisible? I think he said something that implied that a while ago. It's just not a great place to invade, guys. It's got to be like one of the worst possible places to invade. All of Iran is mountains. Literally, like just look at it like from a satellite. Look at how it looks from a satellite. It's more mountainous than Afghanistan, and both we and the Soviet Union failed in Afghanistan effectively. We occupied Afghanistan for like 20 years, and the literally day that we left, the Taliban came back and took the country over. When was the last time Iran was invaded? Like, successfully, I should say. When was the last time? Iran-Iraq war? Well, that didn't go well for Iraq, like, in terms of holding territory. World War II? Alexander the Great and Genghis Khan invaded successfully? Oh, that was a while ago. Yeah, I guess you have to go... The last that I'm thinking of are, like, basically the Ottoman invasions that meet the standards that I'm thinking of. I don't know. Okay, you don't need to keep saying times. I'm looking at the map now. type shit. 3-kilometer tall mountain ranges. Soviet Anglo invasion was kind of a passive invasion, like the British invasion of Iceland. Yeah, that's why I'm not citing it as an example. I'm talking about like instances where Iran like meaningfully fought for every foot of its territory, which you have to go back quite a long time. I don't know. And American military doctrine is so air superiority focused, and it's just not a good environment for air superiority. I don't know. We'll see if it actually happens. Let's just finish this thing.
Escalation beyond the trade war with China?
No, I'm not concerned. I think President Xi is a very smart guy, and I think we'll end up making a very good deal for both. But, you know, we've been treated so badly for so many years. Again, we allowed that to happen. We've been treated so badly for so many years. But no, I don't expect that. I think President Xi is one of the very smart people of the world, and I don't think he'd allow that to happen. And we're very powerful. This country is very powerful. Let me tell you, it's far more powerful than people understand. We have weaponry that nobody has any idea what it is, and it is the most powerful weapons in the world that we have. More powerful than anybody, even not even close.
Okay.
So nobody's going to do that, but I think that if that's what you're referring to, maybe it's not. But just in terms of basic escalation, which is what you said, no, I think that President Xi is a man who knows exactly what has to be done. He's a very smart man. He loves his country. I know that for a fact. I know him very well. And I think he's going to want to get to a deal. I think that's going to happen. We'll get a phone call at some point, and it'll be off to the races. It'll be a great thing for them. It'll be a great thing for us. It's going to be a great thing for the world and for humanity.
Do you have plans to meet with...
Noteworthy that nowhere in that ramble did he say what he actually wants from China.
Putin in Saudi Arabia?
At some point, I would. At some point. We'll have to see. I mean, we have to get there right now. You know, we got to get there. In the meantime, they're losing 2,500 on average young people every single week. Think of that. 2,500 people a week. It's not even conceivable. We got to get there fast.
Do you think
A couple of more. Yes.
Do you have to increase tariffs on China even more before they come to the table or give you a phone call?
I can't imagine it. No, I can't imagine. I don't think so. I don't think I'll have to do it.
Nah, why not?
Do it more. We calculated it very carefully. By the way, you know, when you hear 100, a lot of people.
He may want China to deflate the currency. No, he wants them to do the opposite. Actually, going by the strategy that he's applied, or whatever you could call it, I guess he wants them to do the opposite. He wants to inflate the value of their currency.
Charge much more than that. Canada charges much more than that to our farmers, our dairy farmers. Many people charge much more than 100 or 125 in this case. But I don't, you know, it's still a significant number. I don't see that again.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, Mr. President. So do you think some of your tariff critics would prefer, you know, to see the United States go through turmoil than to actually see it succeed just because? Jesus,
this guy needs to get better, man. I don't know what fucking pimply ass face is uttering these dumbass questions, but Sarah, do you think people are just like mad and trolled by how great you are and how smart you are? Like, Jesus fucking Christ, you're like stammering to get it out too.
As they are your policies.
You mean just leave the tariffs the way they are now and just relax, right? Some people have said that. Look, again.
Trump completely misinterpreting the glazing question, and the reporter goes along with it because he doesn't want to correct the president, and he would be embarrassed to like, no, Mr. President, I was complimenting you in the form of a question.
We're making, it'll be soon, much more than $2 billion a day. That's not the worst thing that I've ever heard. So yeah, some people say that, but you know, we look at the other side too. I think as the United States, we have an obligation to look also at the other side. We want what's good for everyone. I mean, it's America first, but we also want to make sure there's a world that can live and live happily and all of that. And so, you know, this is the way I look. No, but there are people that say, look, where we are now, I've been in worse positions in my life than making $2 billion a day plus, right? It's really plus. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Press. Thank you, Press. Head it out.
Thank you.
Can I wait? Last question.
Are what really changed your mind when it came to
The markets right now are extremely good.
Oh yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Press. Thank you. Head it out. Thanks, guys. Here, this way. Right this way.
Let me see. Can I find like the S&P 500 line during the 2008 financial crash? I want to see like specifically what it looked like. Now I know it dropped like 50%, but I want to see like what the line looked like. Okay. I see. Okay, hold on. I'm on the Wikipedia page for stock market crash. Here's Reagan's Black Monday back in '87. Whew! That's not great. See, here's the S&P BSE, but it's like so zoomed out. See, it goes back to 91. I want to see like a day by day. You know, I want to illustrate how much whiplashing there was moment to moment. You can specify the dates in this chart. Yeah, I guess that would make more sense than doing what I'm doing. What time range do I want to look for here? Let me see. Because I know the bear market lasted a while, but I wanna talk more about like the area with the most volatility. The peak October 2007. Maybe just like midday, like October 2007 to October 2008. Would that be good? Probably. Okay, hold on. Custom range. Enter the range interval. Shut up. 100 range. What? How do I do this? Date range. From October 2007 to... Shut up, I'm doing this. October... We'll go November 2008. Invalid symbol or expression. Please. All right, here we go. You can use this for free. You can shut up for free. Actually, the immediate whiplashing wasn't as significant as I expected it to be. You've got a decline here. Right here, you've got a huge boom up in big rallies that didn't last. Up 10% in a day, which is kind of like what we had today. But not up to baseline? Well, I mean, no. It's the 2008 financial crisis. This is the total chart. Goes from 1,400 down to, or 14,000 down to 7,000. I mean, it got cut in half throughout the whole thing. But there are so many whiplashes up and down. It's always, you know, it's so over, it's so back, it's so over, it's so back. The chart said today? The chart said today? Wait, what? Why is it showing the daily thing? Did it refresh when I brought it from one window to another? What the fuck? I spent like 50 hours putting in the date range. I'm mad. All right, well. This is going to be the rest of our lives. Up and down. That's all lives, everywhere, all the time. Sorry, but I know today's stream has been a little bit meandering, but we've run out of time. I'll read donations tomorrow. I love you all very much. I know all of you were really looking forward to the complete and total collapse of the United States today. But I'm afraid you're just going to have to wait a little bit longer. And also, collapses tend to take a little while. You know, the Roman Empire collapsed over like 500 years. Not really, lol. Yeah, Miss Genderlin. We know. All right, well, I love you all very much. I will see you guys soon. Take care.